Hello everyone and welcome back for some more Laurence Plays, and it's Factorio space exploration today. Right, so last week what were we doing? Oh yes, I built up this area here and got it so it was capable of processing the core chunks a bit more quickly. And they're being brought in by spaceship and dropped off here. And I feel like there's a bit of a bottleneck here because we've only got the two belts unloading this thing, which means it can take almost 8 to 10 minutes to unload and to load up at the other end as well, which is feels a bit excessive, and I think I kind of want to make a faster unloading system than that. Oh yeah, so there is. Thank you for pointing that out. I can't believe I didn't notice that. There we go. It's because I'd upgraded the version of Factorio, so it wasn't recognizing 1042 when it was expecting 1036 or 1136, whatever the previous version was. Anyway, that's sorted that out now. There we go. So what was I saying? Yes. So setting up the core chunk processing here. So we're getting it brought in by spaceship, but there's the problem that I was mentioning with it being unloaded rather slowly. So there are three things I'm considering doing today, and you know what? I'm tempted. I was going to say I'll let chat decide, but as usual, it's claiming I've only got 3 viewers at the moment, even though there were 6 waiting. So here's a curiosity. Here's the thing. Out of curiosity, if everyone can try sort of setting the video to play back at faster than the normal rate, or skipping to the end of it, or something like that, let's see if the number of apparent concurrent viewers leaps up to back to the 6 people who were apparently waiting for me to get the stream started. Anyway, so there are 3 things that I'm considering doing today that I'm happy to let you guys choose because I'm not sure which order I want to do them in. One is to start improving the spaceships that are carrying all this stuff around, and I want at some point to start putting trains on them. So I'll have probably 2 trains that have 5 wagons each, so that'll be 10 wagons in total. That's 400 stacks, which is almost as many as I've got in one of these. So it's not going to be quite as efficient for space, but I think it's going to be worth it for the speed of loading and unloading. And then we can have a bits of track and stuff for the trains to zip out, unload, and zip back in again. So I think that should be worth trying to set up. The second thing I'm considering is going back up to Norvis orbit and getting some more science done. So some of the sciences are fairly straightforward. So if we have a look at my wonderfully over the top charts, here we go. This one, biological science, as you can see here, if I grab the cursor, number 4 doesn't require any exotic stuff apart from things I've basically already got. So that's going to be fairly easy to make. I say fairly easy. There's going to be loads and loads of machines in there, and lots of things to sort out there. Yes, my viewer count has risen up to 4 now, so it looks like YouTube doesn't count people who are a few seconds behind, which is kind of annoying. But never mind. So we've got, yes, this one is just going to require chucking things I've already got together in slightly new and interesting and weird ways. So that should be relatively easy. Energy, on the other hand, requires these solar probes to be launched, so that's going to be a bit more complicated. Material just takes enormous numbers of different inputs, so we've got, I think, yes, there's no probes required for that. So this is the other of the relatively easy ones, but it just needs plastic and copper and chemical gel and stone and low density structures and heat shields, I think, and more chemical gels and stone and iron and copper and beryllium and holmium and iridium. So there's loads and loads of things that go into it, but they're all things that I've already got up there, so that should be relatively straightforward. I was pointing at that with the wrong cursor, I do apologise. And then finally, astroscience requires, again, launching probes. This one is launching asteroid probes, so I'd need to set up a new base for that. So that's possible second option. Oh, okay. Well, welcome, Joey. I'm glad to have another person here. Good to have a new viewer. I hope you can stay. At the very least, I hope you're wearing headphones so nobody else in your office notices what you're doing. So that was option number 2. Option number 3 is to go off and make these probes and start launching them. So we've got 1 vote for the space train spaceships. So that does sound possibly one of the more interesting ones. We shall see. Hey Stephen and Tristan and Peter as well. Good to have you all back again. So yeah, option 1, train-based spaceships. Option 2, easy in inverted commas sciences, the ones that don't require launching space probes. And secret option number 3 is start building up all the infrastructure I need for space probes up here in space. And I made a little bit of a start on that. This is how far I got with it. Yeah, so that's going well. There's quite a lot more work to do here, obviously. So making space probes and the infrastructure to have the ships coming and going with all of that stuff. Ah, joys of a home office. Yes, it does make it a bit easier to slack a little bit. So sounds like space trains are the ones that are winning. So the first thing I want to think about is just how long my spaceships are going to need to be for that. I don't have any of the longer cargo ships parked here. Oop, there's one about to leaving. There we go. Shoomp. So I am still churning through quite a lot of this, what do you call it, Vitamelange. I don't seem to have, I mean, that's down to 2.7k. That's not really enough. That's like one train load. So, yeah, I'm astounded at how quickly I'm churning through that. I think that was, oh yeah, that was the other thing that I was considering doing at one point. I don't think I'll do this today because I can't be bothered. One of the other things I was needed to do was go back out to Tulip and over here, start put in some extra systems over here that will turn this Vitamelange into more advanced Vita things, because we might as well do that here. Compact it down a bit, then we can shove a lot more of it in the spaceship for transporting back over to what's it place. Yeah, so there's lots to do, lots of things to do. But yeah, I think the space trains are probably going to be the most fun. So where am I? I'm here at the moment. Okay, that's all right. Let's fly back to Norvis orbit because I'm not doing anything else. I don't need to do anything else here. No, 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 no. I've gone to Norvis orbit. There we go. And go. Plib. Whoosh. Right, we're on our way. So in the meantime, let's see if I can find one of my bigger spaceships and have a look at that. No, not that one. That button. One of my bigger spaceships. Which one are you? Vita Shuttle. That's not one of the really big ones. Maybe it's already got back to Myokin. There's a core one there. The Volcano is on Norvis already. Yeah, let's have a look at Myokin and the oh, thank you. I'm really bad at forgetting to get rid of these overlays. Right, so this is the ship. Now a railway wagon is 6 long plus 1 for the gap in between, so 7. So I'm going to need it to be and I said I wanted to put 5 in, so that's 6 things including the locomotive. So that's 48. Well, actually, it's technically 47 because of the gap. So 47 squares. 1, 2, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 45, 26, 28. Okay, so it's actually a spaceship about this long is still probably going to be sufficient, as long as I can put all of the miscellaneous other stuff in up the middle, which I think I should be able to. So that's not too bad. It's not like I'm going to have to start making absolutely enormous spaceships to make this work. How far away am I? 1 minute and 10 seconds, okay. In that case, let's have a look at Norvis orbit, and let's put down... Oh, I've already got a train, no, a spaceship outer design doohickey thing. Yes, that is a technical term. So the wall's going to be there, so that means I want to have a rail from there to there, and likewise a rail from there to there. Just look. I intend to, in order the reason I'm putting these things on I'm using trains in these spaceships is in order to unload them really quickly. So the whole point is that the train will have to zip out. That's a good point. Yeah, I suppose if I did a double header, then I'd be able to have it go out the same way it went in. I don't like that idea though, partly because of the way I'm planning to. I have this sort of vague plan that I'm planning. Yes, there's some good Englishing. The way I'm planning to set this up, I think I want them to be single direction trains, and also if I use bidirectional trains, then I'm going to need twice as much. I'm going to need to have 2 locomotives in there, which is extra space inside the spaceship, which ideally I don't really want to have to use up. Let's put that. Let's put it in the middle because it'll look weird if it's off center, and we don't want it to look weird. Oh, I see. Uh, right. I'm not going to. Well, I am going to have stations in the spaceship because that's how you get the trains to stop there. But I'm not going to do any of the actual loading or unloading in the ship because if I did that, oh, it doesn't fit. Great. If I did that, I might as well just. That's going to be a pain. Let's not do that. If I have the unloading station inside the spaceship, then I might as well just use warehouses. They're denser storage. I can't select any of that because reasons. Have I made it there? Yes, I have. Okay, let's dock. Let's dock, and I can do this by hand, which is a lot easier. Right, so we drop the ship in here. Yeah, there. And it can do some refueling while we're parked. So, over here, do I have any spaceship floor in my inventory? No, because that'd be helpful. Yeah, I'm going to put doors at the front and back. It's going to make it slightly more difficult with the with where to put the lasers. I'll just have to hope that a double bank of them in the middle is sufficient. And I think it probably will be. We'll see. Oh, flew into the spaceship. Right. So this isn't remotely long enough for a five thing. So we've got locomotive 1, 2, 3. So it needs to be quite a lot longer than this. Okay. Let's turn my robots off and get the bots to do this from storage. No, I don't know why I haven't made the thing bigger, the brush bigger yet, but I'm nearly done, so never mind. Right. And then we'll have this up the sides. So that's 3. I was saying 5. So that's probably going to be tall enough now, I reckons. With that much, yeah, that much ship. I'm going to need to. Oh no, that's okay. If I put doors across there, hopefully I can also put that there. Yes, I can. Good. Okay. And then same will happen at the top as well, but that's a little more building first required for that. That's going to need to be 1 taller. That's not the part I wanted. So my idea is I'm not going to have the trains leave the ship and then immediately unload and then go back on the ship. I'm going to have a loop system, so the trains will leave the ship, go and unload, and while they're doing that, another pair of trains will go onto the ship. So it should be it should be almost instant unloading. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, good. That's the right size. I'm going to need another row across the top though, like there it is, like this, so that I can put in the final piece of track and another set of doors across the top. Like that. I'm also going to need to have a little sticky outy warty bit on the side of the spaceship, which is kind of annoying because the stations are slightly bigger than I realised. So put the station in there. Oh, and I'm going to need the wall to go around, the spaceship wall to go around the outside of it as well. So it's going to need to be a bit bigger still, like this. Is that enough? Yes. I don't really like it having the bit sticking out on the side there, but either I make it quite a lot bigger, which would be a shame, or I have a sticky outy bit, or I have the trains. I suppose actually I could have the trains loop round inside. The hammerhead would at least be symmetrical. Yeah, all right, let's. Or I was just thinking I could have the other station down at the bottom here. The trains could sort of come out, loop round, and go back in again. The main thing that's wrong with it is it just makes the rail at the other end feel slightly more complicated. However, if I just put a loop in there, then I think that would probably actually be okay. So yeah, let's do that. it'll make it slightly slower for the spaceship to unload, but I don't think it'll be enough for me to actually care. So we'll put the other station down here. I think it probably has to go here because I can't. Yeah, otherwise it'll get in the way of the doors. Is that okay? Yes, that's all right. That is just inside the spaceship. Okay, excellent. And then we'll have I'll probably put a slightly pointy bow on it just for I was going to say aerodynamic. Aerodynamics doesn't really matter because it's not in it's not in an atmosphere. But or at least when it's in an atmosphere, it's using the booster tank, so it doesn't really count. Okay, so this is going to need fuel, so let's put that there, and then we're also going to need power to take off. So we'll put these things in like this. How many of these do I normally have? I could put them actually. Can I get? Yeah, I can easily get. Ah, yes, there we go. Yeah, I can get 2 in. This ship might actually be quite a lot wider than I need it to be. I might be able to make it. 8 is probably excessive. How many do my other ships have? Let's look at another cargo ship. And there's one on Myokin, hopefully still. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, it's probably all right because I think this isn't going. I don't think this is going to count as a larger ship. I've got so much room for activities up the middle here. My cunning plan with this, you see, is that I can do this along here, and now we'll be able to have these loading through 3 pipes simultaneously instead of just 1. Oh, I can't put pumps on the inside. I can put pumps on the outside though. Yeah, so if we load through 3 pipes instead of through a single pipe, the refueling process, which seems to be one of the slow parts of this whole shenanigan, will be much better. And the reason refueling takes so long is that ships come in like this to refuel, and then they fill up this tank here relatively quickly because the pump is going straight into it. So that one gets filled up, not as fast as I would like, ideally, but still reasonably quickly. But then you're still trying to pump fuel into the already full tank, and when these are also nearly full, the fuel doesn't trickle beyond very quickly at all. So it's a rather slow process. So the spaceships end up spending rather a lot of time here refueling. In fact, while this one is here, let's fly over there because I was thinking that there's a slight advantage. There's a slight tweak I could do here that would make it a little bit better. If I put a pump there and then piping there, that'll help push it around a bit. Now it does mean that when the ship is flying, it'll be going round and round and round forever. I could wire this up to here actually. Is that the output? Yes, it is. And we're currently on A is 511. So if we set A to 511, then have that run, then it'll stop when the spaceship takes off. Pump when A equals 511. So that's the signal that means you are currently in Norvis orbit, which is where the refueling gets done. So as long as the ship is in Norvis orbit, this pump will run, but as soon as it leaves, it'll turn off again. Let's get out of here before I accidentally get kidnapped by that ship. Move the tanks. That's true. I could do. In fact, let's do that. I probably won't put the extra pipe work in just yet because I can't be bothered mostly. But yeah, having the opportunity later to do that is quite valuable. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Okay, then we need lots of solar panels, like as many as we can fit in, really. Okay, so I think now that I'm thinking with solar panels, I think I probably am going to need to make the ship at least this big. I actually do put that there. Oh yeah, that was a secret other reason I didn't do it like that. Put it there, I guess. Yeah, that'll work. That won't though. There we go. That'll work. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's have another look at that one. I've only got 4, because flying to Myokin, there's plenty of solar power. What about the one that goes to Tulip? The Vita shuttle, yes, that one. That has 6. And it seems to be okay with 6. All right, we're probably fine then. 1, 2, 3. So we've got 7 in there at the moment. Let's see if if I've got enough space with that. And we're going to want a couple of those as well to keep the power up and running. We definitely need one of these for everything. And then up front, we're going to need a load of these, and we're going to need room for all of the combinators as well. So let's think about the shape of the nose of the ship for now. And if I make it as pointy as I can, I'm slightly concerned about that. We're going to be this shape. Like that. How many lasers can I fit in here? Where are there are the lasers. I might make that a little bit longer actually, and fit in an extra laser in and move that laser up 1 square essentially, like that. Yeah, like that. So what? Okay, so 1 laser there, 2 there, and then I guess 3 there. That'll work. That's 6 lasers, and they're all pretty close to the front. And this isn't going to be a particularly fast spaceship because it's a cargo ship, so it's probably going to be all right. I'm now going to do that because I forgot a bit when I was setting it up, and we can just do that, that, and that. There we go. That's reasonably pointy at the front. We're going to keep getting those thud noises as spaceships arrive and depart. I hope nobody minds. And that leaves plenty of room in the middle here for me to put all of the accumulators, the combinators for all the programming and stuff like that. So, yeah. In fact, let's put this up at the front because it feels nice to have the console up near the front of the ship. Now, we don't have a valid ship here, and that's because, well, it's partly because I've left some gaps in down the bottom here, but it's also because I haven't made any doors for the ship yet, so that's a problem. Oh, I could move these accumulators down down to the back of the ship down here because they can go basically anywhere. Put an extra one of those tanks in there, and that means I could then probably get rid of that and put in an extra. No, I can't. Solar panels are bigger. Oh. I can move all the solar panels down a chunk. There we go. That's a slightly more. Feels like a slightly more efficient use of the space. I suppose I'll put that there as well. Oh wait, those have joined. No, they haven't. No, they haven't because they're in the corner. Yep, that's fine. Okay, so that's the sort of the shell of the ship. I think that's probably going to work. It's even skinnier than my previous design of ship, I think. But then if I'm putting trains in, trains are very, very linear things, so that's probably quite good. Yeah, all right, let's put another accumulator up there. In theory, the accumulators shouldn't be used all that much. If there isn't enough power coming from the solar panels to power the ship, something has gone wrong. The accumulators are basically there to give that little bit of extra power to allow the lasers to fire, and then sort of hopefully charge back up again before the lasers fire again. So in theory, I shouldn't need too much in the way of accumulators. In practice, who knows? If I need the accumulators too much, then I guess I just have to fly more slowly. Oh, it's 50 there. There we go. Which logic then? Because I don't want to, or just because trains are long and thin. Either way, it kind of works. Get in the ship. In the ship. In the ship. Go on. In the ship. There we go. Good. Robots are still turned off, so I can do this and this, and then take these and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Empty space. Yeah, empty space is definitely wasted. I do have a bit of empty space between in amongst the plumbing down here, and a little bit down there as well. But yeah, tough. Deal with it, basically. Right. So this is going to be. In fact, let's let's put this in as a replacement for the for all that hard work I put in last time setting up a delivery system to from Myokin. Let's put this in as a replacement for that. So what we're going to do is program the. In fact, we'll just copy the where's the Myokin, the core Myokin ship. We'll just copy all of the wiring shenaniganery from this ship and then redo it to match. Yeah, I could. Oh, I haven't put in a. Oh, I haven't put in a clamp. That's going to be a problem. That is going to need a hammerhead bulge. Ah, rat think. So this will go about here. Forgot about clamps. Oh, actually, can you put a clamp? Can I put a clamp there? Oh, I can. All right, problem sorted. They don't need to go. They don't need to go quite as in the way as I thought they did. I thought they needed to stick into the ship a bit further, but no. If it'll do that, then that's absolutely fine. Right. So that's yeah. So waiting for the doors to be made at the moment. Is that all that's? Oh, is that about to get it is? Okay, that's an interesting point. I guess we shall see how it goes. I don't quite have the. Oh, I bet those are outside the. Oh no, they can't be outside the building area because the laser cannons appeared. Maybe they just haven't been built yet. I'll check the structural integrity once I've got the doors in place. Don't want them to fall off. Let's get this built up. I'm going to need more of those and probably more of that. Oh no, I still had some of those. Let's not make more of those. Still need more. And now I'm out of bricks. It's a bit weird that you need bricks to make combinators. I guess they're for the circuit boards, which for some reason are made of built on a brick substrate, which is that's concrete. Don't want that. Where is it? Where's it gone? I know I picked some up, but it's disappeared somewhere into my inventory and I can't find it. There it is. Let's try fractal bricks this time. They must be here somewhere. I'm sure I'm shipping bricks up. Well, actually, I'm not sure I'm shipping bricks up here. It's probably green circuits that it needs them for, though. So if I grab some of those, then yeah, I can just build loads more. There we go. That's much easier. Yeah, and as spaceships in Factorio. Oh God, don't build that up. As spaceships in space exploration go, I don't feel I built particularly long ones. So train shed. Right, I was hoping to be able to program them up for the various stations on the different planets and have that just work TM. We shall have to see through a sort of a building and see what happens process. Okay, so what have we got here? We've got when there's 50,000. Right. Okay. So what we want to do is we want to wire up the stations to the circuit network around here as well. Now these are pulling off. Yeah, they're pulling off the off the pylon. So if I hook the station up to the pylon, I'm going. All this space down here is going to be filled up with pylons at this rate. Sucks. Especially as that doesn't reach. I need to wire up to this station. Let's try it and see if I can get the wire any of that distance. So that to there is going to be fine. That to there is going to be fine, but presumably to there is going to cause problems. Oh yeah, I forgot. I always forget about those. Can I actually? Do I have the stuff in my pockets to make them? These things, the add-on power poles. No, I don't. But I know a place that does. Oh, superconducting cables are up there. I'm going to the wrong place. Holmium cables are just made out of holmium, I think. We'll find out in a moment. Actually, I'm sure I'm making them down here somewhere. There we go. Let's take a few of those. And then what was the other thing I needed for the add-on power pole? Aeroframe poles. I need a lot more of that. And I need some of these. That's probably going to be enough, to be quite honest, but let's take some more anyway, just in case. Shoop. Go in the right spaceship. It's really annoying that your jetpack turns off when you bump into a spaceship. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Where have they gone? There they are. So I've put that on here. I put it on here. There we go. And then I can autosave apparently. Yeah, so if there is one in there somewhere. You can't see it because it's hidden behind the tank I've attached it to. Oh, I could have attached it to the tanks because they're in fact I already that's something I didn't think of. There we go. As long as we don't look for fuel amounts, then oh, actually, I'm going to need those to be linked in anyway. That's even better. No, remove that one. Put in that one. There we go. Yeah, I didn't think of that. So because I'm going to want to look at how much fuel is in here for leaving the refueling station, spaceport, I'm going to need those all to be linked wired up anyway. So this should work. So we got 400 stacks of this instead of 500. So that should, instead of being 400,000, instead of being 50,000, that should be 40,000, and then we can launch. 82, sure, that's fine. What are you're looking for 590,000 fuel. That's still good because we've got 6 tanks. The planetary conditions are all going to be okay. Condition when it's equal to 0, no. No, that's not going to be right because as soon as the trains leave, that's going to be set to 0. So it's the spaceship is going to try and go. Hey Mark, welcome back. So I'm going to need to see. Let's see. So what's the station outputting at the moment? Nothing. Okay, I was sort of hoping the stations would output that. Hey, I've got a train at me. Don't at me. What have I got in here that's burnable? There must be something burnable in there. Okay, there we go. Go to that station. Piggy Whiskey, apparently. And wait there until you're full. Okay, so that's worked. So it's gone there. Station output. Oh yeah, so I want to read train content, read stop train, read train count. I don't want to read. So train count, yeah. So when C is equal to 2, it means we've got 2 trains in there. Okay, that makes sense. So now I seem to be able to even without the LTN output, which is convenient. Or because I mean these don't actually need to be LTN stations. They could. I'm not going to be using them as LTN stations at all. So this needs to now say if that is equal to 0 and the train C counter is equal to 2, then where does that go? Oh, just link it to there, that's fine. Then we take that up to being, when you said we want 3 ticks for this to leave, then we can pass that through. Yes, exactly. Exactly, Tristan. That's where I got to. So we have an extra condition in there because there's still the trains in there to worry about. So I think that should be basically it. We've got all of everything is essentially the same. The biggest question is going to be whether I can land the ship in the same place. So I've got the thingy watch it there. Let's have a look at this. Is going to Myokin. Myokin is a moon. Myokin. So this is going to land down here somewhere, but I'll probably end up moving that anyway. So I think what we'll do is we'll fly over there manually, then I'll touch down around here and sort things out from there. Okay, so I think this ship is finished with a sort of a scare star next to it, in that I've finished the basic ship design. I haven't wired up the combinators to the console yet, and I need to put in a refueling system for this ship because it's a weird, different one, different to everything else I've done. So it needs to have different fueling set up. But that's again not going to be a serious problem. And then I can flip back over to the over to Myokin, land there, and then sort everything else around it. Yes, I need to program the trains up. That's very true. I have a plan for that. I have a cunning plan, my lord. We shall find out if that actually works once I once I get there. And basically, I'm just planning to use the normal train controls for that to make that work. And I'm hoping that it will just work. TM. How are we doing? Have we got? What have you not got? Not got any big electric motors? Why have you not got any big electric motors? There's some in here. Have those. So how are we getting on with that? Okay, there's 2 doors needed up there, and then I think the spaceship is functionally complete. Everything else is going to be other miscellanea and getting that all hooked up and working. Stuff outside the spaceship, basically. And I want to do I want to get those doors in place so I can do a hull stress scan and make sure it's a valid spaceship, basically. Have I put speed? Yes, I have put speed on all those. I think. Oh, there were more doors missing than I realised. Anyway, should I just be lazy? No. I think I'll fly it over to, where's a good place? Over here, perhaps, and see if I can line it up with these pipes. And even if I can't, I can fiddle the pipes until it works. So once that's there, we go. Integrity check. Plib. Right. So hull stress is more than 50%. So I could make this a bit bigger. I could probably go to 6 or 7 wagons in here, but I certainly can't double the length of it. Container stress is very, very low because it seems it doesn't count trains as containers, which is convenient, I suppose. The thought I've just had is if I make this a bit longer, then perhaps I could put a third train in up the side here as well, but that might be going a bit far. This will do for now. So if we launch for now, staying in Norvis orbit, and then we anchor back to Norvis orbit over here. About there, I think there is probably my best bet for trying to. I'm trying to see if I'm going to line up with these two and get that remotely right. No, that's wrong. Oh no, it's not. No, that's right. I've landed in the right place. Excellent. Well, that's filling up nice and quickly. There's a shortage of pumps along here, so let's take this pipe out and replace it with a 9 if I've got them. I have. And a pump here. And let's be lazy about that. I need to take that out and put these like this. This is sort of convenient because it means I can land with the same refueling setup that I've got laid out at the moment. So I'll put that in there. And then probably another 9er in there. Yeah, since we don't have 11s. We do have 3s. I could have used a 3 there. Never mind. That's too far, isn't it? Oh, ratfink. That needs to be there. Okay. That's not insurmountable. Can do it like this. And then an underground for this one. There we go. That'll do. It'll work. It'll load everything up. It's going to take a little while because we are limited by the single pipe here pumping the rocket fuel through. That's very low on rocket fuel. Have we? Is this? No, this isn't empty, and there is a pump pushing it out there. So I think we must just be limited here by the throughput rate of the pipe flow. Two spaces wider. Yes, you're quite right. Those should be pumps. There we go. Much better. Of course, that one's already full. It's these ones are the slow ones. Now, this isn't really helping because I think we're limited by that pump and the long pipe run that comes all the way around here. But at least it's not right at the beginning where it's pumping at full rate in inverted commas that I'm particularly worried about. It's towards the end when the sort of the one tank that's getting pumped into, like this one, gets to being completely full, and these are 90% full, and it just dribbles through very, very slowly. So, yeah, I'm aware that this is the bottleneck in the system, but it's not too bad. It'll have to do. Maybe I'll go around and put some more pumps in on the way around. Okay, so that's yes, that's working. That is fueling up now. So this is all good. Yeah, I could if I made it a little bit wider, I could get more trains in, but then I'd run out of space in the middle for all of the stuff that makes the ship work. So yeah, potentially it would be better to have it a tiny bit wider and put a third train in. That's probably quite a good idea, and that can be my next step in my expansion of these things, because that'll be relatively easy to do, I think. It's a bit of a shame this isn't going to work with this. Or maybe I could put that there. I'm not sure. This is a 7. You're a... What are you? Oh, you're an 8. Okay, so that's where it would try to land normally. So I actually want it to land. Now the question is, which one's 7? 7 is water and vulcanite. If that's nice and close to the front, I might be able to put the extra thing in there, and it'll just work. Oh dear, too much water. Let's try and find that spaceship. The volcano, that one. No, its clamp is about halfway down, so I wouldn't have room to put the. If I tried to put the other clamp in, it'd be about here, and so it'd overlap with this, I think. Yeah, that won't work. How long are my pipes down here? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's almost as long as they go. So I can't move the entire ship to the one square to the left. That's a shame. Maybe I could stick that out one extra square. Actually, no, one square to the left won't work because of the clamps are not. There seems to be a one square off. Oh, that's a thought. What if I just put the clamp in down here instead? Yeah, there we go. Good thinking. That's much easier. Yeah, sorry, you were right. They were lined up. Actually, no, that isn't going to work because they've got different numbers. What I can do is this and this, and then call that a number 8. Actually, let's make it a number. I will make this a number 9 for now, just so we don't get any sort of unfortunate incidents of things overlapping in ways they shouldn't. Where's the? There we go. So that should be a 9. Yeah, I couldn't tell they were or they didn't look like they were lined up from up here at a distance because they stick out more than I expect them to be. So yeah, that's now fine. How are we getting on with fueling? Halfway. And we're only going as well. I was going to say we're only going to Myokin. That is true, but we need to then we need to lift off from Myokin, and then we also need to lift off from Norvis. So we do need a full load of fuel for this, really. Is there room for another? No, there isn't quite room for another. But there is there. All right, let's squeeze one in there. And if I put this here, then I'll be able to, or here. Like that. And linked it up like this. Then there's room for yet another solar panel in there. And I'm slightly worried about making sure I have enough solar panels and power in general. So yeah, let's go around and fill in any gaps as we can like that. There we go. That'll do. Not that the am I in the robot catchment area here? Oh, I am. Okay. No, it's my own catchment area. Never mind. So that won't get done, but c'est la vie. In fact, actually, let's go and get those just so we do have a few extra accumulators. In fact, let's just nick them from here. Whee! Ooh, bump. Okay, so my plan for the other end is to put in a loop of track like that on the front of the train, and at the bottom this will go off to a holding area and a station where the trains can get loaded up, and then another holding area, and then back into here. So what I'm going to need I'm going to need a few bits and pieces for this job, I think. Let's put down a shopping box and see and try and think this through. So I'm going to need 2 locomotives. I'm going to need 10 cargo wagons. Why are there none of... Have I used them all? Have I used exactly the ones that were left up here? Because those are all built. I can't have taken the very last ones for those, can I? Maybe I can. Oh no, it's worked out now. All right. I'm going to need a load of rail now before I fly over and start doing these things myself. Where is it? Well, yeah, where did it put a clamp in space? Because it always does. You're right. Can't see one. Anyway, yeah. Can you link? Oh, one of those has failed. Which one's that's having problems and damaging things? Don't damage things. Grr, what have I told you? Stone. Okay. That probably came all the way from Ganymede then. That's usually why things get damaged. Okay, I'll go back and have a look at that in a moment. Right, so yes, what I was trying to say, does anyone know if you butt up a ground rail and a space rail, do they join so that trains can go between them? Because if they do, then I can just take a load of this with me as well, and that'll be nice and easy. I'm going to need a load of steel chests, like 6 times 5. So I need let's say 50. That's a nice random. I've got them anyway, actually. I need stations, which I have loads of for some reason. I'm going to need lots and lots of belts. I've only got 8. Do we have how many blue belts do we have up here? Let's just pull all the blue belts out of the logistics network from up here in space. 600 of them up here, crikey. You can't. Oh yeah, and I've got some space rail in my pockets anyway, so if I get desperate, I can always use that. I'm going to need loads of inserters. Let's take another lots of them, like an extra 100 of white inserters for loading everything up. And I think that should be everything I need on Myokin. I think. I've run out of wagons. Great. Is that an actual run out or a... It is an actual run out, or the logistic storage doesn't have any more in it. Grr. That's annoying. There isn't an easy way around that, unfortunately. Yeah, so the space, yeah, okay. So it sounds like the space rails will probably be all right. And worst case, as I say, I can use you can use the space. So the normal rails will be all right, and I can use the space rails if I absolutely have to, or if I run out as well. That's another possibility. I'm a bit miffed about running out of train wagons, though. I mean, I could make them on site, and on site meaning up here, but that seems like a bit of a hassle. Yes, it's a good point that the locomotives are being made up here, but the wagons aren't. I'm requesting 4 of them. Great. Let's set that to 20. Now let's see. I wonder if the spaceship is due soon enough for this to be remotely useful. How's it doing? Half full? Yeah, a bit more than half full. It's going to be a while till that spaceship comes up. We're loading it up fairly quickly with all of the what do you call it? What do you make the substrate things? So that'll be okay. Okay, yeah, I'll go. All right, let's go and have a look for that clamp in a moment. Grab a couple more of those while I'm here. Make me go even faster. Ooh. top of the ship is about here. Deconstruction plan. No. Do what I mean, not what I say. There we go. I thought there was a stuff on the ground option for deconstruction planners, but I can't remember how to do that. Yeah, never mind. Just leave it there. It doesn't really matter. I suppose I'm going to go to Norvis. I'm going to go to Norvis at some point. I guess at that point I'll just pick up the extra stuff I need then, and go around and just fly around the loop in extra time, which is a bit silly, but never mind. Okay, I'm going to call that enough because I want to get on with this now because I've got plans and ideas and things, and I want to try and make them come to fruition. And we're full of fuel, so let's go to Myokin, which is up here somewhere. There we go, Myokin. Launch. Plib. And go. Oh, and I could do with putting in another one of these that's just always connected that says go fast. So we want to set the speed to 1,000. The lasers seem to be more than capable, which is nice. Input that side. Power seems to be okay. We are keeping the accumulators basically charged. Production's hardly being touched. So I don't actually need this many solar panels, but there's no harm in having more than you need, is my way of looking at it. How long is it going to take? 3.5 minutes. Okay. So let's look at where we're going. So, plan is touchdown somewhere, maybe about here. Oh, I haven't thought about stone. I guess what the sort of ratios that we get here? I reckon it was going to be about 10% stone, I think. So if we can make the back wagon on each train can be stone. It's a bit overkill for the amount we're going to be producing here, but at least it makes sure we won't be overdoing it on the stone side. I'll have to reduce the number of we're carrying even further. So this is going to carry a lot less than this spaceship does, but it's going to unload it much more quickly, which I think is quite valuable. Maybe I should be putting in a third train. So I'm going to want how. So I want it to go from there to basically, so it's from there to there, isn't it? It's that size of a loop. So yeah, if I land about here, it'll be all right. There will be plenty of room for it. And then we have So I think yeah, I'm annoyed that I forgot about the stone. Unless I do that as a separate spaceship, but I don't really want to because there's going to be enough spaceships flitting around as it is. I think I will just drop down to a slightly smaller load of core chunks than I was originally intending. So it's a bit of a shame, but c'est la vie. True. That's going to be. I was going to say it's going to be harder to program in, but actually, it's all down to the unloaders at the other end, really. I could just put in a train of whatever. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, actually. If I do the filtering on the unloading at the other end, then we can. Yeah, I like that plan. Good thought. Good thought, Tristan. I'll I'll try and work something out for that, and yeah, just have it sort out whatever at the other end. Let's fix that water problem first, actually, while it's still flashing at me. So the problem is over here. So this is a bit silly. So what was happening before, when you pulverize these ore things, you get water out as one of the things, and that's filled up down here. So let's get rid of that. The problem is I had this a working system set up here that would take this away and feed it into all the nuclear power plants in order just to chuck the water away to get rid of it. However, I'm not using nuclear power anymore, so yeah. Oh, that's true. Yes. Yeah, mixed trains is probably a nice easy way to do it. Yeah, yeah, let's do that. That's much easier. Good, very even better shout. Let's just yeah, we'll just shove whatever into the trains, and that'll remove a bit of the complexity is too strong a word, but a bit of the belting and filtering and splitting and so on Myokin as well, because we can just ship out the the stone and the core fragments directly together. Yeah, that's gonna be much easier. True, but yeah, sometimes easier is better. Right, okay, so we'll put the ship here. Confirm. It's crushed the has it crushed it? I'm not sure. There seems to be a gap in the cliffs anyway, and I'm going to need to nuke the rest of them like this. Okay, so we put some of this down here and here, and we link that to there with a nice loop like that. Then we clear up some of these meteorites because they're hideously ugly when they're on top of things. And we shall need some signals here as well, of course. Otherwise, nothing's going to work. So put that there. Then down here, I'm tempted to just send this train away now. This spaceship away. In fact, let's break it first so it doesn't come back. So it doesn't. I don't know where to leave it. Let's leave it on Norvis for now. We'll send it to Norvis and leave it there. So we want A is 5. Yeah, equals 0. Okay, so that's this one. That wires to there. And this one 510. Yep, there we go. So let's delete that. Now the spaceship will go happily, but it won't, and it'll land on Norvis, but it won't come back again. It's nearly full actually, so I don't feel too bad about just sending it. Oh, don't go to Myokin. Go to Norvis, you stupid thing. Have enough fuel, please have enough fuel. And please have enough fuel to leave Norvis as well. Oh dear, I didn't think of that. Pull that one up because I don't want that anymore, and pull that up and that up. In fact, cut off all of this. And then we can use the bots because this is what bots are for. Delete all of this stuff and all of this stuff and all of this stuff. Right, so we've got 4 belts over here. So we therefore need a 4. So we want to have, right, let's sketch this out first. We need to have a place for a train to nice 90-degree angle, please. There we go. So on the way out, we need to have a place for a train to wait, a station for a train to load, a place for a train to wait, and then we need it to go back into the spaceship. And apparently I need to put down a yellow chest here because there isn't any storage in this place. Okay, so that's... Okay. So signal-wise, we need to say there needs to be a train comes out there and goes into this section. A train goes into this section to load up, and a train goes into this section to wait. And I'll put another signal in there because I might as well. So we have a station up here for loading. Is that big enough? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, it is. Good. So what I'm planning to do is I tell each of these. If I name these stations the same and have them all the same, yeah, let's just call it spaceship. And this one can also be called spaceship. Am I anywhere near the end of space exploration? Oh, who knows is the short answer. The long answer is apparently, well, Peter says I'm more than 3 months away. I'm happy to believe that because it. No, not that. Because it is a big old game, and yeah, I know I've got a long way to go. So happy to believe him on that one. Should we put it that way? Yeah, that seems like a reasonable summary. I'm yeah, certainly making progress, but certainly also certainly got a long way to go. I didn't think of bringing all these splitters out that I'm going to need. Hopefully there's enough of them on this planet already. Otherwise I might end up just using the space ones. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a bit on the curve, but come on. That's a bit on the curve, but I think it's probably going to be all right. But I guess we'll find out sooner or later. Let's put in another one of these down here just to make sure all of this actually gets built to the extent that I can. Nope, I've run out. Great. Okay. I knew I was going to forget something important. I guess I'm just going to use these instead. They're more expensive to make, but at this point in the game, I don't really care. Uh, Probably actually. Yeah, and actually yes, let's do that because that way I don't have to use up anything. I'm not using as many of these. What do you call it? I also get a much larger buffer here as well. So if I decide to make the spaceships do something different, then there's plenty more space for things to go. I'm gonna use blue inserters here, and I'm gonna use far. Actually, I'm using far more than I need to because Myokin doesn't actually produce all that much stuff because it's such a small planet. But never mind. So now I need a 4 to 6. Oh, it's eating my blueprints again. Goodness sake. This is really annoying. Every time I change the version of Factorio I'm running, it eats all of my blueprints. It deletes the blueprint books I've got saved, so I keep having to go off and find uh, the blueprint book for belt balancers again. I'll go for the blue one this time. So that's what I said. I need a 4 to 6. About that. This is where I end up this is where I find out rather whether I brought enough belts with me. Oh, missed. Yeah, it's been something I've been sort of thinking about how to improve the throughput of the what do we call it? My trains because they take so long to load and unload. I thought this was the best way. This seemed like a good way to do it. And yeah, you're quite right. It's not often that you see a train that starts off on one planet and finishes on another. Apparently I can't count. No, I can't count. That was meant to be a that was meant to be a numbers to 5, not to 6. Oh well, never mind. And some of these underneath these are not happy either. There we go. Yes, that seems to be running nicely now. Okay, and I've got all of this stone that I need to get rid of. This is annoying. Actually, there's enough stone there that I can do things like this without feeling too bad about it. Now I'm nearly out. So let's put now let's put it in before the Oops, I think I've just tiled the floor a little bit. Never mind. Put it in. Yeah, the idea here is put it in before the balancers, so it gets split out evenly between these things. Right. So each one of these trains. This is going to be the interesting part now. The part that I'm not going to be able to finish just yet. So I need to tell it to go to. Oh, I need to let's name that core pickup. So what I'm going to tell the train to do is to go to core pickup, then to go to spaceship, then to go to spaceship until full, and leave the other two. Oh, actually, no, I need to put in another one. So both trains end up being filled up. I need to put in another station down here and call this wait. And the train also needs to go to wait for 0 time. So the way this should work is both trains should now, if I copy that to there and put that one on automatic as well. There we go. They should both automatically leave the spaceship. They should come around like this. Yep, so far so good. Now the problem is they're at the end of this. They're going to. I'm going to have to put in a wait for an empty cargo on that one for now. Because what I want to do is I need to put in a command at the other end that tells it to go to core unloading and then to wait. So that should. So if I put these in here, they'll stop. Okay, that's interesting. That's worth knowing. No, the wait is so that this train will fill up, and then this train will fill up, and so when the spaceship arrives, there will always be 2 full trains waiting for it, so they can just shoot straight into the spaceship, and then the spaceship is ready to leave. No, that's okay. So the point is there should now at this point there should have been 2 trains waiting here on Myokin that will have just gone straight into this spaceship. Now this it's not going to work because this signal's in this bit's too short. I think I need to put that signal there maybe. I'm not sure. So oh yeah, you're right. I was afraid that'd be a problem. Go to spaceship. Go to spaceship. Break the line here. And oh no, that can't be changed really. Can make it taller, I suppose. Yeah, I was sort of afraid that might happen, but I didn't actually bother checking to see whether it had worked or not because I forgot about it before I got to it being a problem. Let's rebuild all of this. There we go. Now back over here. These need to be blacklisted, sorry, so they actually do stuff. There we go. Why are you? Oh, no signals. What do you mean? See this? This should be good. The train it stops there, which is slightly unfortunate, but never mind. Then it comes around here to wait. Oh, it waits for an empty cargo. Okay, that's right. That's why it stopped. So what will happen here is this train will fill up. It will go around and it'll sit in the spaceship, and then eventually the spaceship will be ready to leave. Then we'll get the second train coming around. So the point is, when a spaceship arrives, it should have 2 empty trains on it, and there should be 2 full trains waiting here in on Myokin, and the train should swap over, and then the spaceship can lift off immediately rather than having to wait for all of this. No, no, that won't work because this when this train fills up, the spaceship shouldn't be there. It should have left by now with the other two trains. So this will, when this fills up and gets to here, it will go no spaceship station to go to, no spaceship station to go to. So it'll just sit there like a lemon. Whereas if there's a wait station, it'll go to the wait station. Then it will sit there saying no spaceship to go to, no spaceship to go to, while this train pulls in there. So when the spaceship isn't there, the trains won't actually go onto the spaceship because there isn't a spaceship. um. Oh, I see. When there's a train in the will. Oh, so see if I set a yeah, if I set a train limit on this one, that should work. Yeah. So if I set a train limit of 1 here, then we'll never get a second. That did set, yes. We'll never get a second train trying to go around to this one. So the second train will stay here in this one until the train's left here. Yeah, that's a good catch. That definitely needed to be done. Thank you. I'll set that one as well, just because. I don't know why. Okay, so this is basically work. I'm going to send this one off now, just because I'm testing at this point, so I don't want to wait too long for all of this stuff to happen. Are you still? Yeah, you're still waiting for an empty cargo inventory, so that will now wait there forever, which is fine in this context. I can now go back in here. I'm surprised we've got that much liquid rocket fuel available, given that I thought this spaceship took off by mistake, but maybe it's the other. No, it was the other one that took off by mistake. Never mind. Okay, so this will now gradually fill up, very gradually. So I need to come in here. I need to change the programming on these. So at the moment we've got as long as you've got it's 0 and 2 trains. We're saying as long as you've got more than this one, more than 40,000, and we're never going to get more than 40,000. So what we want to say here is probably the same as we've done over there. If you've got more than 0 and 2 trains, then set off. Oh yes, thank you. That's a very good idea. Thank you. Yeah, so I think the best way to do this is to say, as long as there's, what was it? It was C for count of trains. As long as C is equal to 2, and that is greater than, I don't know, 400. I don't want to set it to greater than 0, just in case some gets left over. I don't know, that's probably not going to matter. And then we feed that round to here, and we say that needs to be 3 as well. And then we wire this up to there and to there. Now hopefully, when this train comes back in, let's do that now, it will somehow magically decide this is time to go. Let's find out if this works. Destination full, good. Why have we not? Oh, we haven't left because I haven't wired this up over here. Fair enough. I think I just do it like that, don't I? And all the signals go on this one. Right, let's find out why this hasn't taken off. So we've got, if it's greater than 400, and it is, it's 4,500. So that should be out. That's outputting a tick. Good. That's, why is that hooked up to there? That should be hooked up to this. Which is only, that up to there. I'm a bit puzzled about this one. That's telling it where to land, which is good. That should be linked up to there. I don't know what this one's doing. Oh, if distance equals -1, then... Oh, right, that's linked across. That's linked to there for some odd reason. No? Right, and yeah, I don't think that matters. I think that can just always have those signals on it. It probably doesn't need the decider or combinator on there. So we've got that's a tick, and that's a not a tick. Cause C, why is C not 2? C is 1. Why is C 1? Oh, is it because this train is trying to leave? This train is now ready to leave, so the signal station isn't outputting anything. I can't tell. You can't easily tell what a station's outputting, which is kind of annoying. What was that? That wasn't me, was it? No, it wasn't. Still got full fuel. Unlink that from there. Link it to there instead. Oh no, we are getting an output of 1 from there. We're not getting an output of 1 from here. Have I... Read train count. There we go. Right. Okay, that's where I screwed up. Let's take that back out again, because I don't need it. And let's wire that back in. Okay. I found found the mistake. It's okay. All okay now. That should now have a C2. C2, yes. Okay, so we've got tick, tick. C equals 2. Oh, output. A tick. There we go. Shoop. Right, are we now flying to Norvis? No, we're not. We're sitting up here in space for no apparent reason. I'm just going to fly to Norvis now manually. I'll worry about why it's not working proper. Why the automation isn't working a bit later, I think. So it's going to take us 7 minutes to get there. That's a fair amount of time. Let's have a look at Norvis while we're waiting. So when I get here, I'll probably land about here, and then we'll have the same sort of unloading system. It's basically going to be identical to the what we have on the other end on Myokin, with unloaders here to take all the stuff away again. So that should be fairly straightforward. I think there's just about room even with this oil mine here. And then once this ship's gone, I don't know why it's still here. Oh yes, I do, because I told it to stay here. That's why. It's not the ideal place for it to be because it's kind of in the way. I feel like I want to repurpose this ship for. Actually, can we send it back to Norvis orbit and then have it stay there? Let's just disconnect that from. Where does it go to? There. Where did that go? I think it's probably gone to Norvis orbit, but I'm not quite sure. Let's see if we can find it. What was it called? That was the Kormyokin, wasn't it? Where are you going? You're going to Norvis orbit. Okay. Right, that's fine. We'll just leave it there. That's out. That's conveniently out of the way. I'm fine with that. 3 minutes left. Okay. Back to Norvis. So yes, we can land that basically here. We can put in the railway lines and stuff underneath it coming around this way. We can pull up this landing area here and just link up and use that to sort out the unloading. Right. In fact, here's a even better idea. I can put the I can have it unload on both sides of the station, and I can have the core chunks come out one side and the stone come out the other side, and that way there should be a much lower risk of there being a sort of a collision where it fills up with we fill up some belts with one of the things and the other one jams up. I mean, I expect both of them to be free flowing pretty much all of the time, so I don't expect that to happen, but it's one of those things that I feel like I should at least try and avoid. 2 minutes. I need to talk about this a bit more. So this should be fairly straightforward. We're going to have the unloading into 5 different wagons as before, and then I'll have, I guess, those 5 dumping into 2 or 3 belts to come up here and flow into this system. So yeah, that should work quite nicely. I just need, and then it should be fairly straightforward. Just copy and paste that a few times and start doing the same sort of process on other planets as well. But I am still going to need to go back to Myokin with some more train parts and just fill in the gaps there, because there should be an extra set of trains on there as we discussed. It's a bit of a shame I didn't have them, but oh well, c'est la vie. So the question is, where should I go next to put in some core mining? So Tulip is a possibility because I sort of want to go there anyway in order to beef up the supply of, in order to sort of upgrade it to produce all of the different products that are made from Vitamelange on there as well and ship them all over, sort of somewhat separately. Maybe I could use a train for that as well because I've got five wagons on it and fill them all up individually. Yes, that's what I plan to do, Peter. I'm going to have identical ships from all the core mining worlds because all they're dropping off is the core chunks and stone. The actual products from those specific worlds are being dealt with on world, like as with Myokin, where the Vulcanite gets trained off to go through the other system. So I think that should be absolutely fine. So Ganymede I'm not going to touch. Myokin is now in the process of getting that to working fine. Kothar with the Iridium, that's a possibility. Henkisesui with the Holmium, could do that one. Tulip with the Vitamelange, though, I think, as I was saying, is probably the best one. I am sort of tempted to go out to Soteria at some point, because then I can get copper as well, being produced in quite large quantities for essentially free. Because I reckon, I was thinking before, I seem to be using more copper than everything else. However, I've looked at that and it seems to have changed a bit. If I search for ore and look over the last 10 minutes, we've got copper and iron seem to be that's about the right sort of ratios for coming out of core mining systems. So the amount of copper I'm using seems to have dropped off quite drastically, and the copper and the iron has gone up, and the iron has gone up to match it. If I have a look over a longer period of time, yes, I was using more copper then, and over even longer, far more copper. But it seems to have dropped back a bit to the state where it's now I'm now using iron slightly more than copper. So I think I'm probably not going to worry about going out to a copper planet just yet. Okay, let's anchor on Norvis, and we shall put the spaceship here. I would put it up here, but somebody left a belt in. I was going to say somebody left a belt in the way. That's not actually a problem. If I go back down, if I look back down on Norvis, which I've lost, there it is, and I say actually I want to delete this belt, then no doubt there'll be some bots within seconds, and then I can just land where I wanted to. So there we go, anchor. I think there's room. That's room for a rail loop, I think. Let's go a tiny bit further down just in case it isn't. Bloop. Okay, so now we get the rail. We put in a piece there and a piece there, and then we have a loop going like that. Yeah, that fits in quite nicely. I could have gone a little bit higher up, but better safe than sorry. Then we need a signal in the top of it, like that. And then down here, we have space for a train to stop. In fact, let's have two long things coming down here like this. Maybe not quite that long. And then we'll have the train come back up. Actually, let's start from here. Let's loop this round as tight as possible. Like that. Up here. We can delete all of this. And run it straight back down again. And then run it round to here. There we go. Oh, I said, there we go. None of this is getting built. I've obviously either run out of rail or I'm inside the construction zone. I think it's run out of rail, which is a bit of a shame. Yeah, parallel diagonal would be. Would be nice, but there's not quite so much stack. It's not a normal stacker. They all need to go through in turn. They need to take it in turns to go through. So it's a bit different from your normal everyday stacker, which is why it's such a completely different shape, I guess. And another one down here. Because the train's a normal stacker, your train is parallel. This is a serial stacker. No cornflakes jokes, please. Oh wait, I can't put that right in the middle, slap bang in the middle of there. That isn't going to work. I could put it down here though, and that'll cover most of it. Put that one there, and then that one there. I don't need that one, but I do need still need power down here. So put one of those there, and one of those there, and I suppose there. Right. Let's hope that's enough space. So now I can put in my station up here. I could if there we go, like that. And now down here, I want to have that same sort of unloading system. And actually, I need to do some refueling down here as well, because they need to go through all of the stations. They need to go through the waiting point, the unloading point, the new waiting point, and then back into the spaceship. Right, so I need unloading stations now. So we have rows of. Let's just use vanilla stack inserters since I've got them here because I'm on my home planet. Like that. No, wait, that was wrong. That does need to be stack inserters because I'm going to have it unloading intelligently this time. Different things, different sides. So I have a warehouse there, unload the stone here. Stone. There we go. And unload core chunks on this side, which is, I can never find these damn things. Oh, they're up there. Core fragments. Okay, Joey. Well, thanks for joining. Yes, I hope you want to come back next week, and it's been good fun to watch. I will, of course, still be here, still working on this, and still being criticised by wait a sec. Yeah, but the stack is only one. We're only going to have one train. I mean, this is longer than it needs to be because we have one train waiting here, one train waiting in here. I'm fairly sure I'm right. I mean, I might not be. You never know. But similar to the right hand side of the belt, so let's go there. Yeah, well, the hope is that in the time yeah, I'm not expecting all the ships to come in, drop their trains off, and fly off again. A ship will land, unload its trains, and grab the two trains that were here, and then leave. So if the throughput on here isn't fast enough, then the ship will wait until the two trains from the previous ship are ready to go back into it, and then it can leave. Oh, I've got rail in that, damn it. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so this will work with multiple planets. It's just that, I mean, the thing is that I reckon the trains are going to unload quickly enough that there won't be another spaceship ready quite as soon as the trains are unloaded. So it'll probably be able to keep up. I mean, I could be wrong about all of this. We shall find out. But I'm expecting it to be able to keep up. So I want let's put in a 6-2, like that. I've done it again. I don't want a 6, I want a 5. 5 to 2. There we go. So this is my stone output. Yes, good. And then from here, it's only one belt at the moment, but it will link into this one. So we'll have a belt go across through here. In fact, just carry on straight across to there. That'll work. Yes, they will be, and that's absolutely fine because the warehouses are there largely to provide a buffer. As long as there's enough full belts coming out of here to keep this system up here running absolutely flat out, then I'll be happy with it. I don't really. The warehouses in the faster unloading thing here is basically to deal with the issue that having it dribbling out of these spaceships so slowly was a problem. So I think this should be okay. I am, however, going to increase this to I don't know, because these aren't going to be able to unload. Well, they might be able to unload constantly actually, because if we're having trains coming through fast enough, maybe I should put this up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, let's do a 6 to 6 balancer. Let's because why not? I mean, it's not like there's any extra cost in doing that. So we'll pull all that out. I will put in a 6 to 6, and we'll do these all separately. At least we will if it fits. 6 to 6 goes in like that. And this first one comes in here. Like that. That. And like that. That's true. Yeah, I'm not used to flip being a thing that exists in Factorio, and I'm even less used to it being a thing that exists and actually works, because most of the time when I try and flip things, it fails because there's a fluid using machine in there somewhere, and it just goes, nope, I'm going to have a SAD. Especially in space exploration, it feels like it's even less likely to work in that, which is kind of frustrating. Right, so we then put another station down here. That will be called weight as well. And then we need signals. Signals. One in there, one in there, one in there somewhere. Probably one there, I expect. Put one in there for good measure. I've already done one up at the top. You are to be called weight as well. You are to be called, what do I call the loading one? Core pickup. So this will be core unload. Or drop. Drop would do just as well. So spaceship. Then go to core unload until empty. And lose that requirement. You also go to core unload until empty and lose that requirement. So fill up, wait, go in the spaceship, go to core unload. Right, I think that should be all right. Okay, night, Peter. Thanks for joining for as long as you could. It's been good to see you again. Right, so now we need to let these things let these empty. It would help if I put some power in there, wouldn't it? Let's do that, and I'll put in one of these just because I'm lazy, and I can power the entire thing in one go from there. Oh, you're right. I did, didn't I? Then go to wait. Thank you. And that means you as well. Go to wait. Yeah, another. And that's actually. I'm glad you pointed that out because I wouldn't have. Don't you? What the hell? Ah, that wasn't supposed to go then. I don't even know which ship that was. It must be the one with a silly name, Swan. What the hell do you take off for that then for? Right, it's got more than 50% fuel, so it's okay to land it again. So, what? What happened then? What? One of the trains lost actually lost two of its wagons in that debacle. Then it took a wagon with it, and it destroyed one as well because there's one that was presumably through the doors. So that's interesting. So why did that happen? So when that train went round, it plipped that one, and then plipped that one, and that somehow it shouldn't have left. And for one thing, when it got to core unload, then go to wait. Oh, I forgot to put the spaceship ones in here. That's why. I mean, I don't know why the spaceship went, but that's why this didn't work. I need two more spaceship entries in here, like that. Yeah, so corporate wait, spaceship, spaceship, unload, wait, spaceship, spaceship. So that should be right now, I think. That's one of the screw ups solved. Let's see. So, what are we even getting at the moment? We're getting any C's at the moment? No. I mean that's as it should be. We shouldn't be getting any C's at the moment. The question is, why did we get that second one? Let's pull that out, put them on there where they're supposed to be. Okay, so that sailed straight through for some reason. That's gone into manual mode because I told it to, because I changed what was on it. So put that back into automatic. If we launch again, we're going to have to go back to the space station to get more fuel. So it's gone through there, and in here we've got one C still on this for some reason. It's almost as if I don't know why they're still going round and round. Stop it. Oh, for goodness sake. No, I've not got enough fuel to take off from Norvis again. What the hell was... What? The only thing I can think of there is that the stations don't stop outputting the C signal for a little while after the train leaves it. Maybe the stations don't update quickly enough. Now, what I could do... Yeah, I think you're right, Tristan. What I could do is I could have them... Now, so my original plan, the reason I was going to put the two the stations both at the top was to have the tracks split on the way in, so which might have removed this problem. The other possibility, what if I make the trains pause briefly at the station? I could have another station at the top that they have to pause in briefly, but that seems silly. Yeah, I think the stations hold the C. So what do you get from an LTN output? That's a worthwhile question. And does that update more quickly? Maybe we can try that. Do I have a locomotive? I do have a locomotive. So I put that there. We're getting some very flickery numbers for some reason. No, it probably won't. I might need to put in an external station for that to work. Right, so we're getting a... Look at this. Looking at this, there is something in here that's doubling my sig. Ah, I know what it is. Maybe. Yeah. This, I think, is doubling the input signals. I don't know if that's what's causing the problem. It's calmed it down. I heard it calm down a little bit, which is quite nice. Oh, for goodness sake. What is going on there? This is such a horrible tangle of... Let's get rid of that completely, I think, for now. And then I can rethink it in a minute. Right, are any of this... The outputs of these are presumably no longer connected to the anything. No, so the ship won't actually go. It's because I used the same... I put inputs and outputs both onto the same pole, I think. So let's try that again, but with 2 poles here, like that. Stop flickering at me, it worries me. And then, so this right, this side is the input. So I want the input to come from these. Yes. So these tell it when to go. And these tell it what to do. Should that go to there? Probably should. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's the ore count. That's the planet count. Okay, yeah, they should both be linked together. Right, so we've got that's oh yeah, okay. Right, so that's all the inputs for all of the relevant combinators except for these ones down here. Which are also reading for that, but they got disconnected in the process. So let's wire them in as well. Right, so we've got all of the inputs of all of the ones that are deciding what to do, whether the thing is relevant here, and then we've got the link up of all of the outputs along there. So that's good. I still need in that other one to tell it where to dock though. So the one I deleted. There we go. So this is supposed to be a signals for the grabbers, the clamps. So we've got a anchor to target right clamp 9, and anchor using spaceship left clamp 1. I can't remember. 3 apparently. Not sure why, but it is. Okay. And then we say, oh yes, and then we say when input distance is -1, because that means we've arrived, then we output the clamping signal. So we need that to go to, so we need to hook, where is it? This one? Is it this one? Yes, this one, second one down. Can I? Yeah, I suppose I probably could, because if it's not stopped, it's not going to try and land, is it? All right, I'll trust you on that, and we'll see if you're right. So I can get rid of that, and then link that to there. Okay. So inputs are things like speed. Well, I could put the get rid of that one and put the speed signal on this one as well. Then in that case, speed 1000, so it goes fast. That's a worry. It hasn't though, which is a bit strange because we're telling it to. But yeah, it's not. So how's not to reason why? Let's go to Norvis orbit. I said let's go to Norvis orbit. Let's do this right. There we go. And get it refueled, and then we can go back to Norvis and try and sort out what on earth's going on there. So I think there's hopefully these are resetting quickly enough, and it's just because I had that feedback in there, the positive feedback, which is causing problems. There we go. Land here, fuel up. That seems to be working. This is, of course, going to now fly off to Myokin when I don't want it to. And I haven't got enough train parts to make it worthwhile. Okay, if yours are working like that, then presumably it's okay. Let's just disconnect this for now. That is the input, so yeah. Let's disconnect that for now. Let it fuel up. Then we can fly back to Norvis and have another go at this. Oh, that was a frustration, but yeah, I think I'm reasonably happy with why that happened now. So it's probably going to be okay. Is that actually connected to here? No, I haven't actually got that connected to the outputs. That's weird. Oh well, I can do that once I'm ready for it to start actually automatically flying places again. It's a bit annoying that you can accidentally rip through so much fuel just by going, oops, I didn't mean to accidentally take off from Norvis and now half my fuel is gone. But, oh well, c'est la vie. I'll just have to deal with it, I guess. Right, so let's see how much damage we did on Norvis with that ship randomly taking off like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It doesn't seem to damage anything, perhaps because I cut the rail there to stop the trains flying around in circles for a little while. So yeah, the next question is, why were those bezzing around in circles like that? Why wasn't it? Presumably what happened was it got to the point, if it gets to here, so it's got to the spaceship here. Yeah, oh no, the ship took off by mistake. Now we're going to have to produce a load more fuel and, build another entire rocket because they blow up. Yeah, so maybe if you have a train that's set to go to a non-existent station and then an actual station after it, it looks like it might not do the no signal thing. Sorry, no route, no path thing. It might just then skip the station. That appears to be what happened. Although I have to admit, I'm not certain. Once I get back down and I'm not so scared of the spaceship flying off again, I'll be able to debug it a little bit more sensibly. The problem is the station is going to appear and disappear. I suppose. Oh, you mean I could have a station on Norvis called Core Load with a train limit of 0? Yeah, that could work. It feels like a dirty hack, but it should do it, I think. So that might be worth a shot. Let's check to make sure that does seem to be the problem first. And I've now got enough rocket fuel to get down and get back up again. So we're going to go back to Norvis and have a look. Yes, well. Oh right, we haven't got the speed set. That's why. Yeah, well, I don't know actually. Rolling trains on and off. I mean, in the past, there have been ships where a ship would arrive, a train would pull onto the ship would leave, and then the other end, the train would get off the ship and go off to wherever. This is exactly the same thing, just on a bigger scale, on a spaceship scale rather than a ground ship scale. Let's briefly wire this up, and it should land in the right place then. No, it shouldn't, because I haven't put the bloody oh, and actually be really, really obvious. That's all right. Because yeah, there's railway lines around it to say, hey, put the ship here. So that's easy. However, while I think of it, I shall do that. Right. So first things, check the yes. I've disconnected that, so the spaceship isn't going to go anywhere where it shouldn't. Yeah, exactly. It's the same sort of general idea. So I'll put that back in there. The trains now start to move. As soon as I can, I'm going to grab this one and see where it's going. So it's going to core unload. It's going to core unload, and it's going to go to until empty. So it's empty. So it goes to wait. Fine. Then it goes to spaceship. Then it goes to spaceship. Then it goes to back out to wait again. Right. Okay. So yes, it is because we need to have another station out here called core pickup with, as you say, a train limit of 0. I don't leave the train. I don't leave the. There we go. I made it. I did dare. It turns out. So we can put this. Actually, I can have the train just fly straight through that station and call this. Give it train limit of 0. Call it core load. Did I capitalize it? I can't remember. Let's find out. No, I called it core pickup as well. Anyway, so that's really not going to work. Right, let's find out what happens now when these trains are finished hooning around like absolute lunatics. So that one stopped there. So this one should go round once more and then stop with any luck. It has. Right, that's done it. Excellent. Phew. I mean, it's a little bit. It feels like it does feel like a bit of a dirty hack, but that should now work nicely, I think. Okay. Phew. Right. I feel that's gone quite an achievement. So now let's have a look. Let's have a look up here. Make sure everything is behaving as expected. We're getting the input. Getting 1 tick input to here. Why are we only getting 1 tick inputted? I bet I've forgotten to hook up one of these. Yeah, those two down that one. No, those are all linked up, I think. Is that doing anything? That's another speed controller. Right. What is going on here with my wiring? I honestly can't tell. So it's this one here is the take off and go to orbit. So this one at the moment it's got 1 tick coming in from because there's no core chunks. That's fair. That's correct. This is saying C equals if C equals 2. Now what are we getting as inputs to this? Oh, I've broken all of this because I was ripping up all the wires. So yeah. Oh yeah, I know the console output is missing. Oh yeah, that's going to good point. Yeah, console output is a very good point. And then we also need from here to there and to there. Now I think that should do it. Yes, we've got 3 ticks there now, so that's happy. That's ready to leave. Got none there. Got 1 on the input to there. Presumably, why's that got 1 input tick? Oh, because there's 2 trains in. Fair enough. Okay, that's acceptable. Okay, that all feels right now. So I'm going to risk it. I'm going to launch the spaceship and find out what happens. So that can be done by linking that to there. Actually, to the console input. I quite like this thing with having the 2 pylons in there. Actually, it makes debugging a bit more easy. Yeah, there we go. Have we started moving? We have started moving. Excellent. We should only be going as far as Norvis orbit this time. So that's 8 seconds away. Good. Yes, I did want to grab more trains before I go. Thank you. Slightly too late though. Oh, bugger. Spaceship wall in the way. Oh, there's another spaceship in the parking space. Which one is it? Is the question. Build them by bot on Norvis. Oh, yeah, but I still need to have an extra 2 in the system before I can do this. Norvis orbit. No. Norvis orbit, that one. So this spaceship is parked here, and that's why we can't get in. So I probably should have a slightly more sensible refueling system that's spread out a bit more, but for now this will do. I guess for this particular ship, I could move it onto the other side of here and have it fueling up with pumps going in the opposite direction. That's probably sensible. So I probably won't do it for a while. No, I can't load them in from Norvis. That's the problem. There needs to be. Oh, no, it won't because I need to have 2 on Norvis, 2 in the spaceship, and 2 on Myokin. And if there's 2 in the spaceship, it can't. If it unloads them onto Myokin, then it won't have 2 in the spaceship to bring back. I could send it out there with. I could have it come back with no spaceship, with no trains in it, and then put some extra trains in from the Norvis end. Yes, it would be an extra flight, I suppose. Yeah, I suppose I could do that. I'd have to fiddle with things quite a bit in order to get it to leave when there's no spaceships, no trains in it. But that could be done, I suppose. Yes. Come on, are you full yet? Pretty close. 787, 588, 89. One more, two more, 2,000 more. Come on, pump faster. One more, and go. And go. How about now? There we go. Blib. Plop. There we go. Right. I'm not sure why those are saying this one's saying destination full. Oh, because it can't get to it can't get to a core pickup or a core unload or a wait. It's trying to get to a spaceship, so that's why it's being funny. Yeah, all right. Let's do that then. Let's get out of this spaceship because I don't really want to go with it. Because I think things should. Oh no, I do want to go with it. I do want to go with it. I can't get in it. I want to get in it in order to put that extra station in, so that it doesn't, so we don't have the same problem at the other end that we did we did on Norvis. But so yeah, I suppose yes, we'll do that. I'll cut the track. No, I don't really want to cut the track. I'll set a train to manual or something because I can fix that remotely. Well, that could work. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I'll do it that way. Or, I could just find some iron and make some steel. What goes into one of these things anyway? It's just iron and steel. Let's, how much fuel have we got in here? There's ages to go with that before it fills up. Let's get some more iron and steel and just build it in my pockets. That's much easier. Don't know why I was... There we go. They're trying to go to spaceship at the moment, which is a bit unfortunate. I don't know if that's going to cause problems. We'll have to, it shouldn't do, because worst case they'll run around the loop an extra time, which is a bit silly. Or is it a problem? Maybe it is a problem. I don't know. I guess we'll find out when we get there. I think what happens, and it's going to potentially be a problem. We shall have to see. Worst case, maybe I should be renaming the spaceship stations to Spaceship 1, Spaceship 2. Would that help? I'm not sure. 5. I need another 5 of those. There we go. It's the problem is it's this thing of trains just skipping stations that don't exist rather than complaining, which feels like sort of thing that would actually sometimes be useful, but in this particular case it's quite annoying. Yeah, it wants to go to spaceship. It will, yes. Yeah, so let's make these Spaceship 1 and Spaceship 2. I think this should fix it. And if we then go in and tell this one to go to Spaceship 1, please. Where is my Spaceship 1 stop? It's not on the same train network at the moment. Damn it. Oh, and we're still going to have the problem because they're going to be that far apart. Oh, except they'll have the train limits of 1. So that'll fix it, I think. Yeah, I think it should be okay. It's weird at the moment, as you can see. In fact, let's just delete all of that from here and from here. This one actually I could have fixed, but never mind. Set up correctly. Yeah, so with these having these having their train limits of 1, that may well be enough to fix it. We shall find out in a moment when this gets up to 90, mumbly 96, which is still quite a way off actually. Even with the 3 pipes pump it in through, it still takes a while to fill this up. So these are, yeah, it's quite a lot of fuel to go into the ship. I am actually quite kind of looking forward to having antimatter as well, because that'll be a bit easier to do the lift-off thing with. Let's have a look. So, that said, we don't seem to have. There is only one spaceship that's just sort of sitting there at the moment. All the rest seem to have places to go to. So the refueling hasn't become a problem yet. It probably will at some point when I have a few more spaceships, but at the moment we are still okay, just about. Maybe I should be bringing the. I should have one ship that's going up and down from Norvis to Norvis orbit, and then other ones that bring trains to it. But no, I don't really like that idea. In fact, let's just put these on manual, and then I can when we get there, I can program them up properly. Then we can sort it out. Then I can turn them on and make sure it works. Seems like a much better idea. Are we there yet? We're nearly there yet. We're nearly there yet. We're nearly there yet. 15 to go. No, 20. Yeah, 15 to go. Right. On the plus side, there's going to be a worthwhile amount of core fragments on Myokin to pick up and take with me, so it's going to be sort of worth the trip out there. Why isn't this working? I mean, technically, have we backed up on water again? Yes. I need to do something about that. Somebody suggested earlier that I could stick in some electric boilers and just boil all the water off, turn it into steam, and vent it through and boil it in steam and pass it out through turbines. And I mean that is, well, not turbines, steam engines. And yes, that's possible. I could do that. It feels like an extremely dirty hack and a massive waste of electricity. What I should probably actually do is build. So over here, turn that off. Over here, I have this unloading station here where the water all gets dumped, and that was passing it into these heat exchangers to turn into steam. So what I could probably do, yes, exactly as you say, is train it up to here and pass it into all of these systems. And that's probably a good idea. I should probably do that just so that the system actually works properly, because this is annoying having it fail every few minutes. I could have a pipe bouncing along here and just push it in through that, and it would probably get used up reasonably effectively. Yeah, that can be something else to do next time I'm on Norvis. Norvis. Here we go. What's this? Use up water with beam generators. Oh, so an electric boiler can just boil off water. And you know what would be nice if I could just pump it out into lakes. I mean, I clearly don't care about pollution at all. Why can't I? Why isn't there an inverse of the offshore pump that you can use to just push water back into a lake and go, well, there we go. I don't care about this anymore. Oh well, c'est la vie. I say I don't care about pollution because, well, I mean, look. Actually, they're surprisingly clean over this side, despite the amount of... it's because all the mining over here has stopped, so the trees and the ground and probably the biters have soaked up all the pollution that was released, but we are still releasing it over here, so it does still show up a bit. How are we doing? Are we fueled up yet? Come on, get on with it. 597? That should be enough to launch. Why have we not launched? No, we are all wired up. You are expecting 3. Okay, no, it's not that one. You're expecting 2, so it must be this one, which goes to here and here. That's outputting 1 because we're in space. That's outputting none because it's not linked. It's not linked to all the input lines. That's why. Oh. So it's that one. Presumably link it to there. Yeah, there we go. Blip. Are we happy? Yes, the engine is going. We are going to Myokin. Good, that seems to have worked. Phew. Right, what was I saying about down here? Yes, I want to be able to just dump all of the water out of these tanks wherever they are. These tanks over here into just back into the sea. And to be honest, it's clean water. It probably look better than the sea is at the moment. So I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing to want to do. But yeah, I'll run a system over there to dump it into into these heat exchanger systems up here. It's going to be quite a long way for the train to go, just round, but they can come around here and then up this way and yeah, unload. That's good. Yeah, that's not going to be too bad. Just trying to think if there's anything else that uses water in quantity on Norvis. And I don't think there is. I mean, I'm sure there are things that use little bits of it for making, I don't know, concrete and stuff like that. But basically, the only thing that really uses water in large quantities is producing electricity. I could ship quite a lot of it off to Myokin. Yeah, Myokin in the spaceship that lands here, somewhere around here. Oh, here, the spaceship that lands here. That needs water, but it, I don't think it'd be taking it fast enough. We're producing a lot of water from this core crushing, and we're already back up to. Actually, it doesn't look too bad right now, but we're already back up to some anyway. I am liking the general idea of this system though. Producing all of the ores for free and quite a bit of the oil for free as well is yeah, just fantastic. It's much better than what we've been doing before with the scattered mines. There is the worry of the balancing, of course, but I'm hoping that there's just always going to be enough. And there's 13 in that one, 19 in that one, 18. None of these have actually. Oh, the stone has. But other than the stone, none of these have got. Oh, and the oil. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, not even the oil. Only the stone has got enough. Yes, I am. In fact, I'm shipping water to Myokin with this spaceship, and then I'm shipping it back in the form of core fragments with this one. Yeah, which is a bit silly. Maybe I should be crushing the core fragments again on Myokin, but then you have to worry about shipping all the different things back, and dealing with the heavy oil and the other oil, and yeah, no, I don't think I want to do that. Minute and a half. I'm not sure what else to talk about down here at the moment. What was I saying? Yes, future plans. I want to do the probe silos. I think because I've got the base in orbit around the sun now, around Calidus. So it's going to be fairly easy to put the probe silo in there and then have it shipping back and forth. The hard part of that is going to be building up all of the parts to make the probe launchers and all and the probes and that sort of thing, and just and then shipping it back and forth. But that shouldn't be too difficult. Then there's the other two sciences that I mentioned that are they're probably. I mean, I imagine I say they're not going to be difficult. I don't think that's actually true. I think they're going to be difficult, but they're going to be difficult in a sort of a throughput way or a convoluted tangle of inputs kind of way, or a massive quantity of scrap created kind of way, perhaps, and based on what material science has been like in the past. So I think I don't think it's going to be too difficult to get that going. It's just going to be a sort of work through the problems in the way that I'm used to. Whereas the other ones are a little bit more interesting because they're new things that I haven't really done before. So yeah, I think that's potentially going to be a bit more interesting and a bit more complicated and difficult and brain melty. Come on, I must be nearly there now. I've 20 seconds. Okay, so I can ramble for a minute or so about nothing in particular before I get distracted by how long has it been? Are we nearly there yet? Are we nearly there yet? 8, 7, 6. Come on. This is the sort of thing where if I'd recorded a video, I'd speed this bit up a bit because it's a bit silly. But unfortunately, streaming is live, so you just have to wait. Right, here we are. No, I was going to say for safety's sake, let's disconnect that, but I'm not sure if I want to. I kind of want to just see if it just works, TM. So you need to go. You're on manual, good. So it's not going to do anything I don't want it to do. I need you to go to core pickup. Go to core pickup until full, and you do this when you do this. So that's core Oh, no, it's already got core pickup. What are you doing? I need you to go to spaceship 1, and I need you to go to spaceship 2, and I need you to go to spaceship 1, and I need you to go to spaceship 2. And now I need to rearrange all of these into the right order so that it does things I want it to do. So the weight is on the way into the spaceship. So after weight, it then goes to spaceship 1, and then it goes to spaceship 2. Then the spaceship flies off and goes to core unload. And I need to put in a station called core unload with a limit of 0 so that it doesn't leave again because it's stupid. After it's unloaded, it will then wait and then do spaceship 1, spaceship 2. Okay, so that I believe is correct. So we copy that, put it onto that train as well. There we go. Cool. Wait, spaceship. Yeah. Because I'm pretty sure that at some point the trains will get swapped over for reasons that are completely alien to me at the time. And if I tell the first one, and then the first one will end up going to here and stopping, and the second one will then end up trying to go to here and not be able to get through. So I think it's safer just to have them both try and go to both of them, to be honest. I can just see things potentially going wrong if I don't. So this is core drop. Let's make sure I've spelt that correctly. And it should have a train limit of 0. Okay. Make sure I've spelt that correctly and named it correctly. Core unload. That's why I checked. I mean, in theory, the trains should always stay the same way round, so I shouldn't run into any problems like that. And yes, that too as well. However, I know what this game is like. Things never go quite as planned. It also occurs to me I've not put in any refueling for these yet. Now they're both running off rocket fuel at the moment, so they've probably got quite a bit of fuel left in them. Citation needed. Okay, not quite as much. I was expecting the rocket fuel to last longer than that. All right, I'll put 2 in this one, and then we'll have some sort of loading system, probably for coal at the other end, because I don't care how quickly they go. Right, so we now need you to go to core pickup, and then we put down another one. Give them a couple of fuel. I'm going to need to pick up some more rocket fuel to make sure I don't get grounded at any point. Paste that in there. You go to core pickup as well, and it stops there exactly as you'd expect. Set you to automagic. Oh, to go to core unload. No, this should set to go to core pickup as well. And you go to automagic and go to core pickup. Right. So there we go. There's the first train. There's the 2 trains leaving. That will come back in here and pull out to there. So it's not at that station, I hope. That one comes through, tries to get to here, but it can't. This is all working pretty much as expected so far. This one is now not filling up quite as quickly as I would like. So this system is going to spend quite a lot of time sitting in this position because the core mining on Myokin is so slow. I don't think I have any more core drills with me. No. I'm just thinking maybe I should put. I've got 6 on here already. If I put the more I put in, the slower it'll go. So it's not really worth it. Yeah, I was thinking I could potentially put more and get it running a little bit faster. But if I can go to a bigger planet, then exactly the same system. These will fill up a lot quicker, so the trains will be hopefully both be ready when the thing turns up, when the ship turns up. Most importantly, however, this will unload really, really quickly when it gets to Norvis, and therefore make room for another spaceship to land. And that's the real thing. I suppose I could have left this on Myokin with just the 2 trains, and because it's such a slow process, I didn't need to cram the extra 2 in there. It's down on Norvis where the process needs to be as quick as possible just to get the spaceships through. So we get the core fragments running through as quickly as we possibly can. No, let's get back to Norvis and then place the next 2 manually. So I think in order to test this, I'm just going to skip this because it's 2/3 full. That'll do. It's good enough for testing purposes. So then that comes around here like that. The first train of the next set goes into there and starts filling up. That one pulls in behind it and waits. This one pulls in here and stops at the station. Good. This one pulls in here and stops at the station. And a different spaceship flies off. I heard that. But did I unplug it? No, I didn't unplug it. Right, okay. Why has this not, is my question. Do we... What C signals do we have? We have 2 C signals. Okay, so that was the one I was worried about. I was thinking, oh my god, I hope these stations are still outputting the signal, and they are. So is it you? Is it you? Right. That's got. I don't know which is which of these. Okay, you're the if empty, so it must be up here. That's only got 2 because here we've got a 1 coming out of there for the 2 trains. Okay, we've got a 1 coming out of. We've not got a 1 coming out of there because we're not reading the station contents. We are reading the train contents. That's going to here. We're reading the contents, but we're somehow not reading the contents. So that is set. It's set to output the train count, so read train count, fine. It's also set to read the train contents. There is a train stopped at it, and it thinks there's a train stopped at it because it's trains going to this stop, including the stop train. Oh, that's why it might be why it had problems earlier. That read train count isn't the number of trains. It's the number of trains going to that stop, including the stop train. Yes, I think trains probably do stop outputting contents because at this point, if I had inserters next to these trains, that wouldn't do anything. It's trying to unload into a tank. I think if I had an inserter in here, there's nowhere next to. Okay, there's nowhere I can put this in. It won't unload because the train is trying to have left, so the trains aren't properly counted. Oh, that's a problem. So it doesn't think that the trains are not currently there. However, there are trains trying to get there, and that's why it's outputting the Cs, I think. Oh dear. So yeah, I mean, officially, no train is stopped at this. So we've got train ID T being fed out, and there's no T coming out of it. So this doesn't think there is a train stopped at it. That's a pain. This train counts as being on the way out. Oh, what am I going to do about that? I thought this was going to be relatively straightforward and easy and stuff like that, but apparently not. So I've got the trains where I want them, but I haven't got the signals saying that I've got them where I want them. There's no useful signal coming out. Let's see what's on the LTN output. Left train is trying to go to right station. That's the first one. And oh, I don't know actually, because I was assuming this train was trying to go to here, and that's why it was counted. But yeah, that's a good question. I don't know why C is 2. And I can't get because it's merged. Oh, I was going to say I can't check, but there's obviously 1 C coming from each one. There must unless one of them's feeding out a 2. Yeah, I was just thinking that. So the LTN output is outputting. Well, it's outputting one locomotive. Okay, so let's try working off of that then instead. Let's redesign the whole thing. Oh, you mean have a signal right in front of it, and that would be output that there's a train at it. Yeah, that could work. I'll go with the LTN one for now, because that sort of fits my brain better. What? Didn't mean to do that. No, yes I did. But I meant to undo that one. There we go. So now, if I do the same down here, we should now have a two locomotive symbol on. We've only got one locomotive. What? So that's outputting one locomotive. This is outputting a. This isn't outputting anything. The train. Is that train? Has that train actually left the station? No, it's in the. No, it's lined up. I think it's just the way that it's just the shape of the thing. Why are these different? They're both. I've got both trains saying destination full. That didn't think. That thinks it was at spaceship 2 because it didn't try and go anywhere, and that thinks it's at spaceship 1 because it's again didn't try to go anywhere else. Why are they different? That's outputting nothing. Whereas this one's outputting. Oh, I bet maybe it's the. Ah, not connected. Oh, no, it's not that. I'm not convinced any sort of brief stops are going to work because I want it to be. I don't want it to be sort of time sensitive because I just know that if I try and do anything like that, then it'll screw up massively. There'll be a train in the wrong place at the wrong time for wrong reasons, and it'll leave and leave half a train behind or something like it did before. Keep the trains at the station until. That's a thought. Yeah, that's an idea. I like that plan. Except then we're on to having separate train. We're having a train for Spaceship 1 station and a train for Spaceship 2 station, which should always be okay, but I don't entirely trust it. But that's a good idea, though. Yeah, adding in a. Let's take this train. Adding in a wait condition here for planet. Yeah, I like that idea. I'm still puzzled though. Why is this showing an output and this one not? Oh, what? Ah, crap. uh, oh, can you not? Does J not switch it over to manual in space exploration because you've got the J doing something, J doing jetpack instead? Right, so pull back a bit further. There is still an output signal on this station from on the LTN output, and not on that one. But there's no train in here at the moment. Yeah, I think I might do that. I might go back to having the sort of the weird ugly wart on the side of the train here. Possibly not from a cargo wagon, who knows. All right, go to spaceship 1, when full. What? No, don't do that. Stupid. From about here, go to spaceship 1. Right, there we go. Yeah, I think I might just have to. Is that? Oh, is that? I guess that train is. No, I don't. I don't even. Yeah, right. I'm going to switch this round and have it have the train set up identically. So let's put everything on manual so that trains don't do anything too stupid while I'm reprogramming the whole bloody thing. Right. Put this back in here while I think about it. It's going to need to move because it's going to be in the way, but never mind. Okay, so what I'm going to do then is get rid of that. Have this go to there. Yeah, I think planet-based logic is going to be the answer. And then this can be an in over here. So for now, let's... it's time to do a bit of shunting. Welcome to Laurence Plays with the train set. Okay, so if I get that to there, and as long as I don't put anything on automatic, then we're not going to have any smash trains. This one can go around like this, and that is now... That was very disconcerting because it swung around. The camera was centered on the wrong part of the train based on what my brain was expecting, so that felt very, very strange. All right, now pull up all of this. And then we go from here, we go out like that. And also from here, we go out like that. Then we take up that because it's in the way, it's in the wrong place. Then from here, we go across there like that. And hope we've got enough rail. I think I have. I should have. I've made it simpler than it was before. Oh, of course, this isn't going to work because I don't have the stuff. I might have the stuff with me to tweak the train design. Okay, so they're going to come in here. So that means one to come down here, and I'm going to need to have another station here. So I've got a little bit of floor. Put it in there, and probably there and there. Put in the station there. Then we need to have the wall go around on the outside of it, so I do need a little bit more floor, which I do have. No, it needed two extra pieces. Damn it! So it's just not going to be. I haven't got an. Oh, I can nick them from up there. That's convenient. There and there. Right. So now, I put these like that, and one of these there, and then down here have these on the way out. Do I still need to go via weight? I think I probably do. No, I don't. No, I don't need the weight station anymore. I can go back to normal, just linear stacking. So I'll put a signal in there, a signal about there. And then there'll be room for the two trains to come out and sit out here. Room for two trains to come back around here. I'll put another signal here. I don't think I need it, but I feel like I might as well. And there's room for two full trains to wait up there. But no, that it doesn't matter. I don't need the wait station because the trains are always going to be. Oh yeah, you're right. Oh, that might actually matter. Good point. Yeah, I think, am I still going to need the wait station? Yes, I am still going to need the wait station because I'm going to want them to load up before they, even if there isn't a spaceship there. So call this one wait. Is it capitalized properly? No. Right. So now we have, I mean, the trains are going backwards in the spaceship, which is something I was trying not to do, but just because it feels untidy. But it doesn't actually matter. Spaceship. Why is there still apparently a station called Spaceship 1? There isn't. Okay. Right. So we can get rid of Spaceship 1 from there and from there. Are you sure? Oh, yeah. Yes, I think they probably are. Okay. Yeah, I'll swap them over. So we do core pickup, then we go to wait. Then we get onto the spaceship, and we wait on the spaceship until the circuit condition is planet 510, I think it is. Planet equals 510. Then we go to core unload until empty. Then we go back to wait. Then we get on the spaceship until this means the spaceships have to oh no, this isn't going to work. Because it might be A. I think you might be right, actually. Yes. I was going to say this isn't going to work because the trains need to work on different planets. But what I could do is I could say until A is not 510. So Norvis or not Norvis. And they'll try and leave when they're in space, but they won't be able to leave because there's nowhere to go. So that should be okay. Yes, it should do. That should, yeah. So that should be a little bit nicer. Okay, so now I need to go back up here. So we need to feed from the output side of this now into the stations. So unhook that. Oh, I'll unhook that anyway because I'm not using it anymore. Like that. Oh, wait, that was right. So we're passing A is 1.1, whatever it is, whatever the signal is for this planet. That's fine. I also now need to get this, disconnect that because it's going to confuse me. Which station shouldn't be there? Oh yeah, you're right. That one shouldn't be there. There's two at the bottom. Good point. Get rid of that and that apparently. What are you doing? Come on, Factorio. Don't leave random things in there. What are you doing, stupid game? Why are those still there? That doesn't make sense. What if I put the station back in again? It's good. Yes, I know it's an invalid trip. Oh. I don't even. I'll disconnect it and then just try and ignore it and pretend it's not there, I guess. I think this is a job for a green cable, so I can run it down the same route without getting things messed up. Yeah, because this one doesn't know. This doesn't know about what planet. Oh, yeah. This does know what planet. Why does this know what planet we're on? Oh, because it's an. That's strange. This should all be inputs. This should all go onto the input side, which is the output side of that, but not the input side of. Oh no, that is right. Okay, good. I don't need to faff around with that. I can just link these to there like that, and which is nice and easy. I think. Yeah, I don't know. It let me put the station on the spaceship, but it didn't want me to pick up the station from the spaceship. I don't know. I'm going to try not to worry about it too much and just try not to get too annoyed by the fact there's those two random things in my spaceship. Okay, so I think this is now correct. This is not correct. Which is the one I programmed? This one, right? Let's just check that Norvis is 510 before I get too much further with this. Yes, 510. Good. Wow, I remembered something. Mark it in the calendars. Are you full? So you're going to core pick up until full, and you're not full. That one in the middle is full. This is not balancing properly. Why? Just why? Is this one of those things where if you don't use the right number in a balancer, it doesn't actually balance properly? Probably is. Have some stone. Okay, let's just go to the wait station. It's possible. Right, so that's landed. That's stopped here now, and it is happy to wait there because of that. The wagons are open. That's good. That means it's Turn that on mode off. Yeah, so these wagons are open, and that means it's properly stopped. These wagons are closed because it's. I don't know why they're closed. Because it's on manual mode. They shouldn't be closed. Okay, so that seems to have worked, I think. We now have a ship that has one semi-full train on it and one semi-full train on it. So the trains are now stopping properly, I think. So we now want you to go to spaceship. No. Yes. Spaceship. That's okay. So these two trains are now both on and correct. Don't do that, you stupid game. So I want this one to go to core pickup, and I want this one to go to core pickup. So they're just working now. Up here, you were quite right. I need to swap around the signal types like this. Boop, boop. Right, now we need to work out how to make the spaceship take off. So we're going to have output from the stations. Yes, so we've got output from the stations now. We've only got one C. Because this is put in later. So I need to now say read train count. That's no, because that's the going to this particular train stop, including the stop train. So it's going to trigger early. And presumably that's why we're getting a C coming out. Yes, we're reading the train count from here. But the problem is, if I set it to read train count on this one as well, then as soon as the train leaves here to try and get into here, into the second one of these, whichever one is the second one, that will tick up to being a C, a positive. C equals 1, so we'll get C1 from each of them. So we'll get the 2, and then it'll try and launch. So that's problematic, and I can't use the total content of the inventories because that's not going to. And I suppose I could say as long as it's more than one train's worth of cores, because the trains, when they fill up, where's the one that's actually full? Yeah, they're more than 50% core fragments. Okay, what I'm going to try and do. So that's 1,000, 2,000. So I've got 20,000. I'm going to set that to 20,000 core fragments and call that a reason to launch. So we've got 20,000 core fragments, and we've got and it thinks it's got 2 trains. It's going to cause problems at the other end, though. I'm not happy with this, but I don't know what else to do at this point. But I'm going to have the opposite problem at the other end, though, where the trains are expected to be empty. I just need a signal that tells me whether there's actually really, definitely, honestly a train there. And I want to know why these LTN stations are different. This one's outputting exactly what I'd expect. It's got a number for locomotive, an obscure number for the wagons, but that's okay because I know that it's a binary coded positioning or something like that. So that's sort of okay. And it's got numbers for the contents of the train. But then this one just has zero, has nothing. Why? We stopped here at spaceship. Stopped here at spaceship, waiting for anything else. Why? If it was just that they were, if they were both inexplicable, then it would be, I'd sort of be okay with it. What if I wire them up to something? Is that why? But it's the fact that they're different that's really confusing me. Why has that just gone red? Is that... Unless that's hooked up to something here. Nope. I don't know why that's gone red. It's not programmed to do anything. Or it's because I've looped the signal around there, perhaps. I don't know. I mean, Ivo, that's sort of the problem I'm having here. It should work. I'm pretty sure it should work, but I'm having problems with it. Other options: circuit station circuit outputs. We can enable or disable it, so we can just turn it off. That's nothing to do. I don't know what that's got. Okay, so we can turn it on and off based on the circuit signal. Okay, I remember. We can send the contents of the circuit network to the train. I don't care about that. I can set the maximum number of trains from the circuit network. Let's do that because I want to do that anyway. Oh, that's true. But if that means it's going to screw up as soon as we fly somewhere else. But the one at the top end of the ship that was there before was outputting stuff as well. I'm going to pick that up and replace it in a minute and see what happens. I don't want to set a train limit from the circuit network. I do want to read the train contents. Here we go. What if we read the train ID out of here and see what sort of numbers we get for train IDs? Let's do that and see what happens. Over here as well. Read stop train. So we've got 2 train IDs coming out of here now, and they are numbers like, between the 2 of them, they're 1.3 thousand. Oh, okay, so what I could do is I could hook up. Right, here we go. I have a cunning plan. It may or may not work, but I have a plan nonetheless. I don't know if I'm going to be able to fit this plan in, but I have a plan. I need to put down 2 more of these. Like that. Then if I link them up like this to the station, and then say if t greater than 0, output c of output 1c. Same for you. And then link that to there and link that to there. Now I'm turning. So when we have a train stopped here, it'll output an ID. I don't care what the ID is, but it's as long as it's more than 0, it'll be fine. Same from this side. We're outputting that another t, and so this has 1.3 thousand coming in, so we've got 1 coming out. Over here we've got 1.3 thousand coming in, we've got 1 coming out. So we've got 2 C's coming out now. So we've got 2 C's here, and therefore this should now be sufficient C's for this to be seized. So we've got an A equals 510, so that's when we're on Norvis. I'm looking at the wrong things. What's right? Probably probably this one. Yeah, probably this one at the top here, which is connected to these 3. So we've got up here, we've got that's at least 20,000 is a 1. Okay, so that's probably okay. And it's outputting it's not getting an input. I've broken a wire somewhere. No, I'm not reading the values from the trains anymore. Okay. I need to do that as well. So we go read train contents, and that's gone to not work. Oh, because I haven't bypassed the thing. Right, okay, let's oh, hang on. Hey Heimdall, yeah, I'm not sure I entirely understand either. I'm trying to do something ludicrously complicated. I'm trying to get a spaceship to take off. No, it's not fine though, because if I link these 2 sides of this one and the same 2 sides of the other one, then I'm linking the T signal coming out of here across here, around here, and then into here. So it'll short both of them off, and it'll try and launch when it'll give me 2 C's when there's only 1 T. So unfortunately there are other. Oh no, actually no, that's easily solved. This train ID, that one isn't a T, that one's now an S, and this is now a read on S, and then it'll be okay. Then I can just short them. That's fine. Okay, problem solved. There we go. So that should now read and stop train. Here we're reading the train content, and we're getting a 8,500. Good. Here we now start reading the train contents. We get 16,000. Okay. Then up here, well, let's make this 10,000 for now. I'll set it back to 20,000 when we're doing it properly. And the ship is launching. I think things may be okay. I'm going to need to do all the replacing of all of the stuff on Norvis as well now to swap around how the railway lines are connected. But that's easy. I understand that. Oh yeah, you're right. Crap. Yep. So we've got a 510 on. Got an A equals whatever on there. Yes. So we need a center train here as well, and a center train here as well. So hopefully, yes, as you say, that will now. Yeah, that should now. It doesn't. I don't know how to debug that. There isn't an easy debugging in here to tell me what it is. But we'll worry about that when we get to Norvis if they don't leave. However, in the meantime, I need to put them on manual mode because otherwise I don't know what's going to happen because the lines are all messed up for the way it's supposed to be at the moment. uh, all right. Well, anyway, as I was saying, welcome Heimdall. I've got a few minutes to talk to you while I wait for my spaceship to cross the interstellar voids. Well, actually not interstellar, intrastellar, because I'm only flying around inside the same solar system at the moment. So this is Factorio Space Exploration. This is basically it's a mod that takes your old normal Factorio and then puts after you've launched the rocket and finished the normal game, you then carry on and then go off to lots and lots of other planets. So I've got this. Where's my mouse gone? There it is. So I've got this map of my star system. So Norvis is the planet you normally play on. But with space exploration, you get all of these other places to explore as well, where there are all kinds of different lots of different types of ores and things that you can pick up, new metals, new things like that. And there's lots and lots of new science to do as well. So it makes the game quite a lot longer and quite a lot more difficult. um, it's been claimed that I'm slightly over halfway through at the moment because I'm partway through the second out of 3 stages. But of course, each phase probably gets more difficult as you get further on in the game. So it's probably I may be halfway through by sort of just crude counting, but I'm probably a lot less than halfway through. Or maybe I'm not, but maybe I'm only barely halfway through actual stuff to do. We shall find out over the next year because there's a lot left to do. Uh, but yeah, it means you can have things like I've got this big space station here with some spaceships, some rocket landing pads. There's a space railway system which makes not very much sense, and then we've got all kinds of exotic research being done. Like over here, we're doing research into various energy systems. So we've got particle accelerators and things like that. So there's lots of extra stuff in here. However, I wouldn't recommend starting on this until you've finished Vanilla Factorio at least once, because well, actually, that said, the initial start of it, the bit where you start off on Norvis, building up your normal factory, isn't much harder than Vanilla Factorio, because whilst you have a few extra things to worry about, like meteor attacks, and there are a couple of extra steps in making some of the things, so it is a little bit more complicated, but it's not enormously so. Um, Risk over how quickly the train tries to leave when you start launching. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh yeah, and I should probably having the dirty hack station back in there might be a good idea in that case. Which I don't anymore. Yeah, that will stop it leaving at least. And if I do it at the other end as well, then it should be all right. Hang on, which end is? No, yeah, okay. Actually, this end isn't required. It's only on Norvis that we require the hack station, because it's leave if you're on Norvis or leave if you're not on Norvis. So yeah, I think when it's I don't know. I was going to say I'd hope when it starts launching that it doesn't actually change until it's launched, but that's a wild, vague hope. Who knows whether it's right or not? I certainly don't. Come on, 30 seconds left to go. Um, No, it's not. I think it's leave if you're on Norvis. Because look, we've got the signal 510 planet there, whereas these are leave if it's 510 A. So A is equal to 510, and you only get an A when you've actually landed on the planet. A is the output from the console that tells you what planet you're on. It's also the amount of charge in an accumulator, but we'll gloss over that. Oh, we're here. We are not landing. I'm not sure why not. Presumably I haven't put the thingy clamp in place yet. Where am I landing? Way over here, isn't it? Yeah, here. Oh yeah, I didn't put the clamp in, so that's why it's not landed. Ooh, there, that one. Land there. Confirm. Blip. Oh, oh no, I did put the anchor in. Oh, I didn't number the anchor properly because I'm, again, an idiot, apparently. Right, so now we are on planet A, so they will be able to leave if they want to. I on the other hand can't leave because I'm stuck in amongst these tanks. Okay, so up here we need to get rid of this loop. And that signal. And to be honest, let's get rid of this belt as well. I'll put it back in again afterwards once I know where the railway lines are, because this part is all irrelevant and unnecessary. Right, so that come out there like that. Here, come out there like that. Join onto there. Come over this way and straight down into that. There? Yes, that is correct. Then we get rid of all of this, including that, and these pop-ups are getting more and more annoying. There should be a train available on there. Get rid of that for now. Put that in there. Right, that's the basics of it. And then once again, we need to signal this up. That goes there. Those go there and there. I probably should actually. It's one of those things that feels like it should be useful because it's telling me where there's problems, but also on the flip side, it drives me up the bloody wall. So yeah, right. Let's have these. Yeah, that's on the correct side because trains are going down here now. They're coming round here, so we need to have a space for a train to wait on the way in here, and space for a train to wait on the way out as well. In fact, we need to have the wait station up here still. We do still need a wait station. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that can sit on the corner like that. That's fine. Okay, is that... I think that might be it. If this is... Oh, I need to put in 2 more trains as well. And a refueling system. Okay, I was going to say, where is there a supply of coal or something around here? The answer is, of course, just over here. Oh, where's that train going? Okay, nowhere near me. So maybe I should just split off some of this coal. That's probably the easiest way to do it. And so I need a blue splatter, which of course I don't have because that would make things too easy. That, and underground like that to get it out of here. And I'm probably going to need to put more belts in at some point, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to bring this down here and then move this belt across one. Just sort of, it feels tidier to do it like that, to have this one here, like that. Oh, let's use the bots for this. There we go. And then this can come down here and across here. And to about here. Right. And then down here we have an inserter. Simple. Have I got full coverage down here from the roboports? Yes, I have. Okay, so this will all get built. We're just waiting for it. What do you mean no locomotive? How can there be... Are those roboport networks broken? No. How can there be no locomotives? I mean, no wagons in my roboport network. They're being built over here somewhere. Is something broken? And I've got no wagons left, and that's why I didn't have anyone else up in space either. Where are they being built? They're being built here. Look, there's 6 in here. There's 7 in here. Where are you taking them? Are they all being taken up to be flown off into space because I asked for a load up there earlier? bet that's what's happened. Okay. Well, we'll just sit here and wait for now then. Why are you sitting there? Why are you trying to pick up when there's... Have I not set this up properly? Output signal 20,000. Yeah, that's correct. Oh. Oh. Yeah, so one of these... some of these inserters have not been programmed properly. And that broke the whole system. There we go. Now, fairly soon that'll be full as well, and then the train can go. Right. Stupid things. Oh dear. Right, where was I? Oh yes, I was complaining about these not exist. These wagons not existing. Maybe I should just go and make some more in my pockets again, like I did before. Yeah, let's do the first three like that anyway. Now the question is, which has priority, building or loading up a spaceship through the what do you call them? It's because presumably what's happening is those wagons that were being made are being brought up here, wherever it is that they go. Probably this chest, yeah, to be put in here, and this is demanding 20 of them, and it's unloading enormous. Oh my god, that's okay. That's a bit ridiculous. Most of the time, this sort of system works quite well, but it looks like I'm just requesting enormous numbers of wagons, and that's just getting silly. So let's turn that off. Okay, now any new ones that are made should come over this way. I'm going to have hundreds and hundreds of wagons up in orbit. Never mind. They'll be useful, I'm sure. Now, it's just occurred to me, the problem with cramming this in like this is I'm not going to easily be able to put in a third train in this spaceship if I want to in the future. I mean, I'd probably have to make it longer if I did that in order to get the extra tanks and things. But if I had try and put in a third one running down the edge here, there won't be room for a station. In fact, there wouldn't have been anyway, so maybe it's not actually a problem. I think I prefer the design more with them going on and coming off the same ends. It just feels a bit neater, and it was what I was originally planning, and I can't remember why I changed my mind, but I did in the end. So yeah, vagaries. Right hand station outputs. What right hand station? This is right hand station presumably. No, I've set up the outputs on it. It's reading the train contents, feeding it out onto here, and which is then going on to everything else. Oh, I was going to set that back to 20,000 core fragments though, because that seems like a better number really. If that wasn't what you meant, please let me know what you meant, because I have no idea. Or were you talking about... Oh, this station output. Right, okay, yes, that does need doing. Yeah, I did actually get there just before you said. Yeah, okay, that'll fill up as required. Oh, there's one of them. In fact, two of them, because I only built 3 in my pockets. They are getting gradually built. I've built the trains so I can give them their marching orders like that. And you're at core unload at the moment. So your next instruction will be to go to wait, and then to try and get into the spaceship. Okay, so that's... Oh. Except it's had a stupid... Let's put it back onto manual at least. Right, let's get that done properly. And we'll grab some coal from here and put it into that train at the bottom so it can move. That's a lot of coal. Give some more to those two. There we go. Yeah, it just didn't occur to me that pulling on a ghost would mean you can't transfer force through ghosts because, well, they're ghosts. Kind of. I mean, I have to admit that does kind of make sense. I can't really criticize the game for that one. It'd be quite nice if this one moves, it should bring its ghost with it though, because that's sort of, it's not trying to put any force through it. But if that was going to be the case, then this one would have taken one ghost with it. Anyway, that's a silly. It is a silly thought. I shall leave it there. I just need a couple more bots to come over with those wagon parts they're supposed to bring me. That's probably these two here, and then we'll be, yeah, there's the wagons. Oh, there's that for that train. And oh, for goodness sake, for that train anyway. Blomp, blomp. So that one can now be. Are you done? No, you're not done. Those are, I think white squares are logistics bots, so those aren't any use. Do we surely we have plenty of wagons by now? Yes, we do. Got 15 of them. Is it? It didn't look it. Oh, oh yes, it is. That way with them closed, it looked different, and my brain interpreted it as being a ghost. Okay. So you want to go to unload. You want to go to no wait after that wait. You want to go to you want to be put onto automatic. You want to be put onto automatic. Why are you sitting there like a lemon? Oh, you're trying to get to wait and you can't. Okay, so this. Why are you trying to get to spaceship? No, go to core unload. Huh? I think something was wrong here. He says understatement of the year. Because now the spaceship's going to go because it's got 2 empty trains. Plib. Right. Are you at least? Yeah, you're unloading. Okay. Well, I'll come in here and I'll do some manual fixing of this. But that I think that should have worked. I don't quite know what went wrong there, but obviously something did. No, not J. Enter. Manual mode. Reverse. I think I need to change the limit on that station. That's the problem we ran into there. So if I come down here. Manual. Go to core unload. And then you might as well try and go to core unload as well, because then I know you're definitely in the right place. So I'll pull up right behind that train there. Let's put in an additional signal there as well, so this area can be used if I ever need to. I shouldn't need to, but we'll see. That then goes up to wait, as you'd expect. This one comes up here, unloads, can't go anywhere. That's fine. That's expected. For some reason, there's more stone in this one than the others, but never mind. I don't really care. So we now have the spaceship, the Swan, up here refueling. That's good. That's expected. It's got 2 empty trains on it. Okay, it's nearly full actually. It's nearly fueled. That's gone quite quickly. So, what? It's going to an autosave apparently. The top train. Oh, where? Look at where it's actually trying to go to. Oh, it's trying to go to core unload because it's got to wait, and then it's gone. Well, I can't go to spaceships. I'll go to core unload. Oh, bloody hell. Right. Okay. So this is probably why it was screwing up. So what we need is some sort of signal to be passed into the spaceship clamp, or through the spaceship clamp's wire pass through rather, and bring that up here and have the train wait there. Oh yeah, that would do, wouldn't it? Yeah. Okay, we'll put that down at the bottom to keep it out of the way. Yeah, this is going to be easier. Right, so you go to wait and then try and go to space. Oh, I didn't put train limit 0. Yeah, so go to wait, then try and go to spaceship. You can't, so you're waiting there for a spaceship to turn up. Good. You are trying to get to wait for space. It's the wrong wait. It should be it. No, Yeah, it's the wrong weight. It should be at this weight. And trying to get to that spaceship. So it tries to do a core pickup and then wait and then spaceship. Which means, rather frustratingly, we're going to have exactly the same problem at the other end, and I'm not on Myokin now. So we're going to have the ship land here. These are going to go to wait and then try and go to spaceship and not be able to, and it'll all break. So we do need a hack station down here. Actually, you know what? We don't need a hack station down there. We just need a hack station. So if I put one in here and call it wait, sorry, call it spaceship, that should be okay. And that's inside the Roboport network, so there's a chance of this actually being built. Except there aren't any bloody stations on Myokin. Oh. And I've stranded myself on Norvis as well because my spaceship isn't down here. I mean, that's not a problem. I can send the spaceship down to pick me up, but flipping heck. Right, okay. We need my spaceship. Where's the bagel? There's the bagel. Yeah, that's the one. Fly to Norvis for pickup. Three, two, 1, 0. Anchor on Norvis. Let's put it out of the way just in case something else turns up. Right. So I need to get on here and take this thing station out there. Right. Okay. Launch. Ploop. Yeah, plenty of fuel to get to take off from Myokin because this is a smaller spaceship. So if we now go to Myokin, this spaceship is a wee bit faster than the other one, so I don't need to talk for quite as long while we're on the way over. And hopefully that'll mean we'll get there in the we'll get there before the the other spaceship does, and I'll be able to fix all of that up. I'd easily get there before it at this speed. Great, yeah, Heimdall's. Yeah, please do keep the stream up. That sounds good. If you do have any questions about Vanilla Factorio, and you can think of a way to put them into sort of a sentence or two, then do feel free to ask, and I'll do my best to answer. I might be able to help a little bit, especially if I'm sort of sitting in a spaceship just waiting to get somewhere. I'll have plenty of time available. Still a minute and a half to get there, actually. So this isn't quite as much faster as the other ones I thought it was. It's got the 3 big boosters on the back of it, so it should be properly quick, but I guess it's not. Even with three what are these 3 ion engines on the back, it's still it's still quite a long way to Myokin. But let's have a look on the map, see if any of the other ships are. Oh yeah, there's a Swan trying to chase me. The Volcano's on its way back, and the core Myokin, the one that I've basically retired, is just sat there like a lemon, sitting in. I was going to say in Norvis orbit, but Norvis orbit has a very specific meaning in this game. It means sort of this particular area, whereas it's not. It's just sort of sat just outside Norvis orbit. Scott Manley would want to have words with me for phrasing things like that, I'm sure. Yeah, it moves. This one does move quite quickly. As you can see, it's moving much faster than the Swan is because it's got 3 times the propulsive power, and it's. I was going to say it's a smaller spaceship. But given how I suspect the game calculates these things, it might not actually be a smaller spaceship, because this one's got a massive warehouse on it, whereas the Swan only has some railway lines, and railway lines don't weigh anything. So it must be easy to everything to fly. I should see how fast it goes. Yeah, out of curiosity. Here we are. Anchor on Myokin. Let's touch down. I'll do the same as I did on Norvis and just park over here out of the way. Right, said Fred. So I need to put that station in like that, and then call it spaceship, and then give it a train limit of 0. And then, if and when this train finally loads up, which is still a while off, it will go and park over there. Oh, this has taken a lot longer than I was expecting it to. I mean, to be fair, everything always takes longer than you're expected to. Why is this already full? Oh, it's from earlier shenanigans, I imagine. How full is it? Yes. Okay, it's completely full. That actually is convenient because it means that we can run the when the other spaceship arrives, we'll be able to run it through as if it was an actual proper, fully manual everything, and I can try not touching it and just see if things work, or not touch it and find out what things break, which would be more likely. No, that's not what I meant to dig up. That's what I meant to dig up. I don't like having meteorite chunks sitting on my. Yeah, it's probably on a Lagrange point. That makes a lot more sense. I can live with that. It's a reasonable reason for it to just be hovering stationary in space. Yeah, I don't like having meteor fragments just sitting on my railway lines because it feels dangerous, like the trains are going to hit them. I nearly said capsize. I mean derail. But I've been doing too much kayaking recently, so I say too much. I've been doing too much kayaking. That's not actually true. I've been meaning to go out kayaking and just not having the opportunity because everyone's been busy or it's been wet and miserable. And you think it wouldn't really matter if it was a bit wet underfoot if it was a bit damp for kayaking because you're going to be out on the river anyway. But to be honest, if there's actually water falling out of the sky, I think it'd make it a bit less enjoyable. It'd get a bit cold and bleh. That reminds me, I need to finally get round to making the. I've got a video waiting to be done, or a load of footage waiting to be made into a proper video of some kayaking. But I just keep not getting around to it and doing other ones. The other ones that are the sort of the fixed release schedule ones, like the Factorio ones or the GTA ones, where I produce sort of videos at a specific schedule. There's the train. Right. Why are you there still? You're supposed to be trying to get to core unload. No, you're not. You're supposed to be trying to get... Okay, so you should be at that spaceship station at the moment. So now you're trying to get to core pickup. You should be at that spaceship station as well. I'm not 100% convinced this is all working properly. It is now that I've nudged those trains. I need a bit more waiting room on the outside. By which I mean I need to put in another signal here. So now the spaceship goes away. So that much is working, which is nice. It's doing the flying back and forth thing, as it should. So that much seems to be all right. Why is there some spare in this middle one? I don't know. It bothers me quite a bit that it's unbalanced. I'll take a look in a second. The trains are trying to go to... This one's trying to go to core pickup, so that's good. This one is at core pickup, so that's good. And then it's going to try and go to wait, and it's going to try and go to spaceship. Spaceship up here, I've set to have a train limit of 0, so that's good. So it'll get to wait, and it'll go... So, yeah, cautiously optimistic. I think this is going to be another keep a close eye on it, which is a faff because it takes quite a while for this ship to fly back and forth. Is there anything else I need to do on Myokin while I'm here? I don't think there is. I haven't even got a Myokin section in my to-do list. That's how little there is to do here at the moment. Okay. Let's flit over and have a look anyway. Oh, there was a thing whinging about not having any trains available. I think. No, maybe it was somewhere else. Oh, here we go. No trains transport from Vulcanite pickup to Vulcanite drop. But it seems to have got happy again now. And if we look up here, yeah, there is loads and loads of Vulcanite up here. So maybe it was trying to dispatch 2 trains at once. That could be possible. I mean, I've got some locomotives. I don't have any wagons, so I can't make another train. And I've used up all my ore, and actually I've got all this iron ore. I could turn that into steel and stuff and make another train, but no, I'm not going to. That seems silly. If I set this to have a train limit of 1, no, not that. Sorry. If I set this to give it a train limit of 1, then that probably won't happen again. That particular error message, limit trains to 1. There we go. There's only 1 on the planet, so you can never have more than 1 train going there, but at least it'll eliminate that error message, I think. Cool, got quite a lot of stuff in here. Oh, there's some more core fragments and stone. Let's get rid of that while we can. And stone. There we go. Oh, potentially. Oh well, never mind. I don't really care. It's not actually a problem. It just pops up a warning message every so often to make me think there might be a problem. Okay, so let's see. No comprehensive biological catalogs. That's probably just because it takes a while to make all of the catalogs. That's probably all right. There's no station providing vulcanite. Okay, that's okay. I do need to sort out the vulcanite handling on Norvis though. There's a bit some funny business going on there. No station, that's okay. No station providing biosludge is okay. That's just part of the recycling. Ganymede not having any crude oil. That's a bit weird, but I don't really care very much about Ganymede anymore. Probably because I'm turning it into rocket fuel a bit too quickly, so I don't really care very much. Norvis orbit short of vulcanite. That's a potential problem. What I should be doing about that is having another spaceship that comes in and lands here and loads up with vulcanite, flies it off to Norvis orbit, and then comes back and shuttles across there. So that's another spaceship I need to make. I'm not going to take. I was going to say I'm not going to take the stone. I then thought, should I take the stone? But no, I think I want to. I think I want the stone just to go to Norvis surface, really, because otherwise I'm going to end up with funny balances of things, and I don't know. And I could take it to Norvis orbit. I could just have another identical volcano ship that goes to Norvis orbit. I don't know. How's my spaceship getting on? Where is Swan? That's the Vitus shuttle. Swan is about to land on Norvis. Okay, let's watch that. Norvis, view surface. Right, it has landed. One of the trains has come out. And has stopped there. That one goes in. So far, so good. So, oh, have I got a... No, I haven't got a train limit set there. Where are you trying to go? Oh, you're trying to go to spaceship. Right, you should be going to core unload now, so things are not working properly. Why are you not unloading? You're supposed to be at core. What? This is not working, and I don't really know why not. That's weird. And that's gone now. I think I need it to go around a loop again and just see, because I keep fiddling with things and making changes and modifications and stuff, and I don't know how much of it is actually fixing things and how much is causing sort of future problems or whatever. I don't know. So okay, so that's unloaded now. So you're leaving core unload, so you should be going to wait. Because I feel that this is right. I just wonder if yes, that one's going properly. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, I didn't see that or didn't understand that or didn't something that. Right, let's have a look. So this is that spaceship. Its next place to go is core unload. Why? Why? Let's look back at Norvis. Norvis. Check out the where am I? Okay, so you've got to wait. No, oh, you've got to wait, and you're trying to go. Yeah, you got to this wait, and you're trying to go to spaceship. So when the ship lands, it then should go to core pickup. Sorry, it should go to spaceship and sit at spaceship, trying to. Oh. No, because it skips core pickup and tries to go to wait, because core pickup doesn't exist. So I need another hack stop down here called core pickup. Bloody hell. and therefore I need another one up here called core unload. This is getting dirtier and dirtier. Just more and more hacky workarounds in it. Do not like. So that goes there. And we call this one core unload. Excuse me. And no, we set it with the train limit of 0. Oh. Then we go back to Norvis, where hopefully we'll have had that station placed. There we go. And we call it core pickup, and we give it a train limit of 0. Oh. I don't like these dirty hacks, I have to admit, but they should basically be working. Are we full of water again? We are. And I'm not on this planet. Need to come back here at some point to fix that. Right, so that hopefully will sort things out. So we can go, yeah, so we can go from... I don't know. Let's have a think about that. Spaceship. Let's look at this. Look at one of these trains. So what are you doing? You've gone. So what you will have done is you've just gone to core unload, and then to wait, and then to this spaceship here. So you've got to this spaceship, and you've gone. Circuit condition is not 510. Ah. Yes. Yeah, no, we would on the way down, on the way to 2. I reckon on the way to Norvis, it's going to be okay because we'll get this circuit condition equals 510 thing. So it'll wait there until it gets this ping. However, everywhere else it won't because A will be 0 or yeah, there isn't any. I could set this to A is equal to the signal on Myokin, but that wouldn't work. Is there anything is there any other signal I can use? So we're outputting 511 because we're in Norvis orbit. We're outputting... I don't know why we're outputting orbit 511 as well as A 511. I can't even remember what D is. Let's look it up. Spaceships. Yeah, leaving Norvis will break instantly. Flying to Norvis, I think, is going to be okay. Density of asteroids. Spaceship is anchored. Oh, A is for anchored. And current destination, if there is any set. Distance, speed, constant number. Well, to be fair, actually, come to think of it. Oh no, it's the trains. I was going to say the spaceship is set to always go to. Oop, spaceship is leaving. Boop. Another one's dropped in immediately to refuel. Right. Now, is there any other signal that says I've landed and I want to do stuff? I don't think there really is. Let's making my brain hurt. So I think the answer is going to have to be we're going to need something on Myokin that passes a signal into the spaceship that the train then uses to say, oh hey, it's time to leave the station. So from here I need a constant numberizer, and this would say an output signal of I don't know, what am I not using? I don't know what I'm not using. Corpse. Planet. No, planet gets used. Fuel. Enemy turret. Sure, I get. No, that's a bit weird. What's a sensible signal to use to say yes, you're on a planet? And let's put in a core. Let's put in a mining drill as a signal. I think that's probably fairly safe. Mining drill, core mining drill, that one. Core mining drill of 1. And we wire that up into here like so. And then when the spaceship arrives, I can whack it in on the other side. A P for planet, that would work. Yeah. All right, let's do that because it makes slightly more sense. Did I click on P? There we go. Did the second time. Right. So if I wire that in, and I can then tell the trains to. Problem. I don't want to. Okay. So we want to say if P equals 1 for this one. P equals 1. So 1. Speed equals anchored and A is not equal to 500. If speed equals to anchored and A is not equal to 510 and A is not equal to 511. Yes, that's possible. Have I got room for that many combinators? Survey says probably, but it'd be dirty. Yeah, I could put one there, one there, one there, and the fourth one somewhere. I don't know. There. Yes, technically there's room. Or actually down here, there's room between these pipes. Oh! Oh, good point. Yes, that's a bit easier. So if, yeah, circuit condition, speed is, no, I can just have A is greater than 0, so that's anchored, and circuit condition A is not equal to 510, and circuit condition and A is not equal to 511. Because I think speed is a thing you set. It's a I could use a distance of no distance is mine. That should work anyway. Was it this one I set up? Yes, it was. Yeah, that's a nicer idea actually. I can't paste to these from here. That's irritating. Yeah. Okay. Well. Yeah. That's something I can. I'll grab that and copy it to these two when the train arrives. Good. I'm glad it was at least partly my doings. So yeah, anchored greater than 0. There isn't a. Oh, there is. Oh, okay. There is a speed signal given if anchored. Okay, I wasn't sure because I know that speed is something you set, and so it might get confused between the setting and the input and the output. It shouldn't do because I think I've kept those separate now, but I'm just paranoid. Was that arriving? Was it arriving? No, wait. I did it the wrong way around. Ah. Right. So you're going. You've just done core pickup, haven't you? You're doing core pickup. You're trying to do core pickup. You're trying to do core pickup. And you're trying to do core pickup. Right. I mean, this is taking forever. You have officially finished doing core pickup because I'm bored of waiting. I'm going to call you full enough. What's this box full of? Ooh, handy stuff. You come in. I mean, yeah, okay. This is all. I mean, this is all working about as well as I would expect. And this is all more or less as expected. So in theory, the first train should have been waiting up here at wait when it landed. So everything would have been there'd have been room for both these trains to pull straight out. In fact, if I wanted to make it as quick as possible, I'd have a second line coming across here. But on this particular planet, it doesn't matter at all. But maybe on Norvis, I should have a system so that both trains can pull straight out immediately before they hit any signals. And then, yeah. So right, now I'm going to call you full as well. So you're going to wait. In fact, I'll just empty all of those and shove them in here just to get rid of it. It's got 2 ships in there now. There probably isn't enough for it to launch because we're only got 13,000, and I put it back up to 20,000. Let's drop that back down to 10. The ship will go. We will now look at the ship and see what the trains think they're up to. Now this train thinks it's in the spaceship and it's waiting for signal A to be 510. So that's working so far. I'm going to be, I don't know. No, I'm not going to be confident and foolish and go and have and go and see and go and just blast off and go back to Norvis to see because it's probably going to cause issues. And these are not programmed yet, so these need to be programmed too. But I think we've got everything we need now. I think. I hope. I wish. What was the other thing? Oh yes, so both trains could come out immediately. That was what I was going to do. So I want to put in some more signals here, and oh, got them up there already. I'll put them up here as well. So there's definitely going to be room for both trains to pull straight out of the station, trundle down to about here, and just wait here, and then one will go through, the other will go through, and we'll all yeah, then the ship. And these two trains are both empty, so they can go straight back into the spaceship, and then that can blast off. So in theory, we'll be able to get really quick throughput of the trains on Norvis, which is where we want the quick throughput, because sooner or later, I'm going to have several planets feeding trains out in here in the same way. It's just a case of getting there. So the question is So the question is where shall I go next? And the obvious answer is to go around all the planets I'm already doing, because as far as I can tell, let's have another look at Norvis and try and see how our supplies are of all of the different things. And let's empty the water as well while we're here. So we've got 15,000 iron, 20,000. We've got full trains worth of copper pretty much. We've got loads of stone. Stone is coming in quicker than ideal. This is potentially problematic, and it's because the ship comes in with there's all the extra stone that comes through here, and then a load more that comes out of here. So we're actually getting stone through at a faster rate than we expect to. So this station is filling up. We've got 40,000 in there, which is not a problem yet, but it might be later. Here we've got stone being turned into bricks and stone being turned into glass, I think. Yeah, stone being turned into glass down here. Those are both fully done and completely full. And we are then taking some of that glass and launching it into space from somewhere. Here. Although apparently we're not. That's interesting. Maybe I'm bringing... Oh, yes, I stopped bringing... What? No. This is... I don't need bots to come... Apparently I do need bots to come over and do this for me. Yeah, so previously I'd been shipping glass from other planets that have been making it to Norvis orbit. Now the question is whether there's enough up in Norvis orbit at the moment. Let's have a quick look at that, because if there is, it's a difficult balancing act. That's the problem. Where is glass? Where is? It's here somewhere. I know it is. No, it's iron. There's glass. Not a huge amount of it, but then that just means we're nearly due a rocket. Doesn't mean there isn't necessarily a problem until it looks like this. So we actually have a stone problem in Norvis orbit. That's very interesting. That isn't what I meant to press. I meant to go to Norvis and say, hey, let's put some stone, send some stone up to Norvis orbit, and we have a rocket here that's ready to take it. We have a problem with the loading system for this rocket, but I mean, in theory, it works. There we go. Was that? Oh, good, it was balanced, so it's not been a problem. So, it's on set to manual. That's why, because we've got stone coming from all kinds of other places. So we want rockets to go to stone drop, and we want to trigger on cargo full. Yeah, cargo full. So that should launch now, I think. No, it's not got... What's it not got? Why is that not loading? Concrete less 0, then output green. What? Which spaceship was that? I can't find anything. Where is my everything? Here it is. Right. Okay, so I need to do some quick copying of settings from that train to that train. Oh, balls. Something stupid's happening again. Core unload. Ah. You should be going to... Okay, you can go to core unload because you're empty. You go to core unload. I think it's because I reprogrammed them. They're all throwing a wobbly because they don't know which stage of their programming they're supposed to be at. So hopefully this will sort itself. I think this will probably sort itself out, but I have to admit I'm not certain. Oh, like I said, I think I've got to a position where everything is correct now. It's just there's 6 trains in 3 different places that all need to be programmed, and you need to make sure you get them all correct. So it's a bit tricky. So it stops there and then goes because it's not. The spaceship goes. Yeah. Oh, okay. That goes there, and that's unloading. Right. So now we've got. I'll check through all of them. So here we've got one that's trying to get to spaceship. It's gone to wait, and now it's trying to get to spaceship. So that's good. That's correct. If we look on the Swan, I really need to rename this ship because it's give it something more helpful. Right. It's on a spaceship and it's waiting for circuit condition to not match any of those. Okay. So that seems to be okay at the moment. At the other end, on Myokin, we've got our trains loading up over here because that's slow. Okay, so that's everything looks to be okay at the moment. The ship is going to sit for a long time on Myokin while it loads up, but Celebi, what can you do? I think that's not really not something I'm too worried about. Right, oh, I'm still on Myokin. I was trying to look at stuff on Norvis, wasn't I? What was I doing a minute ago? Oh yes, rockets. I was trying to work out why that rocket wasn't taking off. Wasn't loading up, rather. So, these say don't load until you've got a signal of 1 rocket coming out from there. This should be outputting a signal of 1 rocket. It's not getting any fuel though, which is unrelated, but he's going to stop it launching. There is no fuel. There's fuel here. I don't know why that was missing and causing problems. But that means we weren't going to launch any. Oh, it's just stone actually, and this empty one up here that isn't being used for anything. I don't think fuel is required to get the rocket signal 1 out. I don't know what's going on with this combinator here, which is saying if less than 0 concrete, then output a green. Oh yes. I wonder if I did that deliberately to turn it off because I didn't want rockets full of stone to be launching from here, and I just didn't balance it very well. The problem is you can't prioritize rockets very easily. They just are. If a rocket will just go if it sees an empty space, whereas LTN you can actually have you can prioritize different places. So you can say yes, I want to use the stone from here first, then the stone from here, and so on. I really need an LRN mod, logistics rocket network. But I guess that's what. Where am I being sprayed? Oh, I bet a rocket crashed. That's what usually causes that sort of thing. Yeah, so I guess that's something to work towards with spaceships and have some sort of more sensible system for that. What I probably should be having is for all the things that are being made off planet. Yeah, I think I might just consider fuel to be cheap and not care if I'm excessively transporting stuff around and just go. I don't care. So I don't care if I bring stuff to Norvis just to take it back up again, because a lot of this stone is going to be brought from Miokin or wherever else I get these things set up, dropped off here, pumped round into this station, taken up to the rocket launch facility up here, loaded back on a rocket, and then sent up into orbit. Which is a bit wasteful. If I sent it straight to Norvis orbit, then it'd be a bit of a saving, but in rocket fuel. However, it doesn't. I'd need to set up massive sort of stone processing facilities or stone warehousing facilities up there in order to get that to work. And I'd possibly have to then do all these things separately as well. And I don't care. Fuel is cheap. I've got that fuel plant on Asalia that's making loads and loads of fuel, so I think I should be all right with that. I think. Let's actually, while I think of it, let's have a look at Asalia, which is a moon and therefore not showing up. How are we doing? Yeah, those tanks are full. This is filling up the spaceship quite nicely. These tanks are fairly full. I think that's all right. Yeah, this is another one that could benefit from a more effective way of actually loading up all of the tanks, with some more pipes going in perhaps. But I've sort of been lazy. It wouldn't actually be that difficult, come to think of it. I just need to make it a little bit wider there, and then I could have an extra 2 pumping in on that side. Make it a little bit wider all the way down here, and then I could have another 3 pumping in on that side. That might be worth doing. Asalia does. I mean, the whole point of coming here is to get fuel quickly. How is Norvis Orbit's fuel tanks? Because I suppose that's what matters. As long as these don't drain before it gets back, then actually things are okay. Is that the one? Yeah, that's the one that unloads from it. I might be able to tweak that design and make it a bit more sensible and effective. Oh, right. We've had a spaceship crash here as well with all the stone in it. What? Why did that crash? I mean, a stone spaceship should have been absolutely fine. It should have just landed here. It's called stone drop. You don't get. I mean, I know it's technically possible for a spaceship to crash on just the short hop from Norvis to Norvis orbit, but that's such a short distance that the odds are incredibly low, I'd have thought. That's bizarre. I'm kind of surprised, but I guess we'll just leave them clearing it up. And next time I'm in Norvis orbit, I'm going to have to try and remember to put all the stone back into this stone back into here or into here, and that's going to be a faff. And another rocket will have arrived by then, so I'll just have a massive quantity of stone somewhere to deal with. Oh, for goodness sake. Where is this? Trying to worry about too many different things at the same time. Okay, the Swan is still en route back out again. What time is it? So it's 11:15. Right, I'm gonna call it an end of stream now because it is definitely my bedtime. Thank you for watching, everyone. It's been an experience. I spent so much time just waiting for this spaceship to go back and forth and fiddling with the settings and in the vague, desperate hope that it'll actually, work this time. I'll have a look and see if it seems to have some sensible rules on these trains. This one is spaceship for core pickup. That seems to be good. This one is spaceship for core pickup as well. That looks promising. I'm cautiously optimistic that when this lands, it will do the correct things. How far out is it? Maybe we'll wait for this to finish before we finish the stream. 2.5 minutes. Okay, well let's sort of talk. Let's do the other sort of things I do at the end of the stream, like talking about what we've achieved and accomplished in this stream. So at the beginning of the stream, we had a system out on Miokin where a little ship could park here, could park up about here, and there were some belts loading these core fragments and stone chunks into it, and it would load up, and then once it was full of those, it would fly all the way back over to Norvis, and it would unload again through the belts. And I decided belts are too slow, especially on the Norvis end. At this end, it doesn't matter because these belts are hardly full, so it's coming through quite slowly. But at the Norvis end, when I'm going to have more and more and more spaceships coming in and unloading there, I'm going to need them to unload properly quickly. So I thought, let's have trains roll on, roll off. So I've redesigned this, as you can see here. And then I've spent the entire rest of the stream fighting with the bloody thing because nothing works. Okay, so you think I'm down to just a problem on the return to Norvis. You could be right. I think that problem was caused because I reprogrammed the trains and that threw them off a bit. We'll see if we'll see. I guess when it gets back here and heads out again. Um, we'll find out. So yeah, that's been basically the entire stream, hasn't it? I've not really done anything else. I've been tinkering with that. I've talked about other stuff I want to do, like I want to go on and do the tier 4 sciences at some point. I want to go off and I want to set up some more mining systems like this on other planets. So maybe that'll be the next thing I do. I'll go off and make another one of these on Tulip. That's definitely a thing. Um, and we'll see how it goes from there. And then I want to go off and do the probe data things as well, of course. So there's those things have been there's plenty to do with those. So yeah, so thank you for joining me for the stream. I will be back next Tuesday. We'll be doing Industrial Revolution on Thursday as well, so come along and join us for that, where we're going to be carrying on with what are we doing at the moment? I think we're trying to do science at the moment. We're trying to get the science up and villaged out so it runs a bit more smoothly, a bit more quickly, and then we can start braving more advanced things like maybe yellow science and tellurium and other strange things, all these weird stuff. Thank you, Ravish. It is, yes, it's I have to admit, it's not completely my own idea. I've seen other people playing space exploration and using train systems with their space exploration spaceships for the speed of loading and unloading. Here it comes. So it's not entirely my own idea. The specific implementation, however, is entirely mine. Because I couldn't, because I didn't know exactly how they'd done it. I've gone in and done it and set it up to work in. Well, I've thought about it myself. I've put it all together myself, with granted quite a lot of help from Tristan. It's not my basic idea, but it is my specific implementation. So I feel like I've got at least some. I deserve some credit towards it. Right. Okay. There's the second train ready in inverted commas, because I just want to see if the whole bloody thing works at this point. That has worked with all I've done so far. It's not got enough. No, it's only got 7.2 thousand core fragments. Oh. I can lower this even further, I suppose. And then I can immediately switch it back, because I think that's going to cause me problems later. Swan. Let's immediately fix that. Put that back to the 20,000 it's supposed to be at. 20,000. Right, okay, so you reckon this is going to break when it gets back to Norvis. So it's on spaceship until it's on Norvis. So I think this is probably okay. I am cautiously optimistic. Yeah, so as I say, my implementation of the train system with lots and lots of headaches and a couple of dirty workarounds. Now the big question actually is, do I need all of those dirty workarounds now? And I think the answer is probably yes. So let's have a look. So I've got the two cheat stations. Yeah, I think it's because possibly because I hadn't programmed the trains up properly at that point. We will see. So what I've got up here, I've got spaceship to make it not throw a wobbly. So the alternative to having it go to having a cheat station called spaceship here would be to wire into the clamp and have it say only leave weight when there's a spaceship available. But I can see that having one potentially leaving when it shouldn't. So I think this dirty hack around is the best way to do it. Do I need what's the other one called? So I've got spaceship and I've got core unload. Do I need core unload anymore? Let's have a think about that. So it's when it gets to, why did I need core unload? Because it shouldn't ever get to it should get to weight and then it should try and get to spaceship, or wait and try and get to spaceship. I think you're right. I'm slightly loath to remove it because things are working. Star asterisk, please make sure citation needed, yada yada yada. Things seem to be basically working, so I'm slightly loath to remove it, but I think I think it should be all right. Oh yes, because that was when they were just going round and round the loops, because I didn't have these settings in there. So yeah, hopefully Let's risk it. At least I know what the problem is. If there's another problem, I know I will know why. Back on Norvis, there's an equivalent one here. Called core load, which is core pickup, that one. So I can get rid of that as well. Yeah, I know, but I'm going to be making copies of these. So, or at least not this one, but I'm going to be making copies of the other one. So I want that to be right. I want it to work and to just to generally be correct and, you know, not too dirty, not too wasteful in stuff, and yeah, that sort of thing. Oh, it's halfway, and the Vita shuttle has caught up with it as well. Those two ships are actually be interesting to see if these are the same speed, because one is full of warehouses and the other one is full of trains. So in theory, they're carrying about the same amount. Actually, I was going to say they're carrying about the same amount of stuff. Does Vita shuttle have? Is that just a single? Yeah, it's just a single warehouse spaceship. So this one's going at 40. It has a maximum speed of 50, whereas Swan, which I say still needs renaming. I still clicked on Vita shuttle though. Swan. Oh, Swan is getting left behind because it's got a maximum speed of 49, so it's slightly slower. It is a bigger ship though, so that's probably why. Stone extraction to anything other than core, so we can drop miscellaneous ores from. True, that's not a bad idea. Yeah, because especially if I'm going to in the future do have a system where I bring in extra copper and possibly extra iron from other planets, and maybe even extra coal. You never know. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, I like that plan. Let's just do that while we're waiting for the ship to arrive. Bim. Black. Actually, let's do that and then blacklist, then copy, paste. It makes it a bit less obvious which part of the station is doing what, but I think I can work it out fairly quickly by looking at the belts. I should indeed watch the ship as it arrives. It's nearly here. Let's go back to Norvis. I can't actually watch the ship as it arrives though, because when it changes surface, I will lose whatever I've got selected. I suppose I could possibly have had the train selected, but then I wouldn't be able to see what it was doing. But here we go. So it's coming out. It's trying to go to spaceship. Why is it trying to go to spaceship? What? Oh, actually, no. Yeah, you might be right. Actually, come think of it. Why is it trying to go to spaceship? The hell? So this one came in, was on spaceship. A is 510, so it's trying to leave. So it should try to go to core unload. It can't go to core unload because there's a station's full. It's not full though. Yeah, that. No. Oh, thanks, Mike. Unfortunately, I'm afraid your timing's not great because I'm gonna stop streaming fairly soon because it's definitely my bedtime. It's been a long evening of pounding my head against spaceships and trains and trying to work out what the hell's going on with them. Right. So looking at this one, it's trying to get to spaceship, but it can't. Why is it trying to get to spaceship? It went from wait on the planet to spaceship, and then when it lands here and the circuit condition is 510, it should leave. It's almost as if it thinks it's still at wait. What? I don't. Yeah, the spaceship is full, but it shouldn't be trying to go to the spaceship. It should be trying to go to core unload. I don't know. To be honest, at this stage, I give up. There's something weird happening. I'm going to abandon the stream and have another look at this next week, or maybe I'll have a look during the week if I have a bolt of insight or something like that. Or just want to work through the boring part so I can do something a bit more interesting when you guys return. So yeah, thank you for watching. I'll see you next week. Oh, actually, I'll see you on Thursday. Don't forget to come along for for Industrial Revolution. That's good fun. And don't forget to check out the GTA videos. They're good too. And they involve people trying to shoot me, which is always entertaining, especially when they miss. thank you very much for watching. There'll be a video sort of summarising this stream to an extent in a while on a Friday, not this Friday, but the Friday after. And who knows what else? Maybe I'll get around to doing that kayaking video at some point. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.